Coming to the Divine Time Island after Ruan Tianjiao broke through, Lu Ming took out 2 absolute saint weapons and gave them to him. Lu Ming was only at ease after that. With Ruan Tianjiao's current cultivation of great saint lower tier, coupled with a medium heavenly spiritual body, and an absolute saint weapon, it was enough to compete with a great saint peak. In the vast C9 nations, there was no opponent. It was enough to deter other countries and secure the throne of the alliance leader. Half a month later, a warship came through the air and stopped above Blue Water Country's capital. The emissary from the Divine Time Island had arrived. The 100 people heading to the Divine Time Island were all prepared. Most of them were young people. That was because it was said that if one headed to the Divine Light Divine Island, one would be able to receive guidance from a powerful existence on the Divine Time Island. If one was lucky, one might even be taken in as a disciple by an expert of the Divine Time Island and cultivate there. Ruan Tianjiao was also on the list. She was a rare heavens chosen. Naturally, she wouldn't want to miss out on the opportunity to head to the Divine Time Island. Everyone boarded the warship. Then, the warship soared into the sky and disappeared from the sea of the vast C9 nations. The speed of the battleship was astonishing, and it streaked through the air like a streak of light. He stood on the warship and looked down at the vast sea below. In an instant he had left. This time, they flew for more than 10 days before the warship suddenly slowed down. We're about to reach the Divine Time Island. The emissary from the Divine Time Island spoke. We're almost there. Everyone was stunned because when they looked around, there was no sign of an island. As far as the eye could see, there was only the boundless ocean and no island at all. Buzz. At this moment, the warship trembled slightly, as if it had passed through some barrier. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. A huge island had appeared in the air in front of them. This island was actually floating in the air. On a floating island. So there's a formation. Lu Ming smiled faintly. There was a powerful array set up in this sea region. Without special means, one would not be able to enter at all. Neither would one be able to see the Divine Time Island. No wonder there were rumors that without the guidance of the emissaries of the Divine Time Island, no one would be able to find the location of the Divine Time Island. The warship flew into the Divine Time Island and stopped at an empty space. Everyone disembarked. Come with me. I'll bring you to your living quarters. In a few days there will be experts from the Divine Island to test you. After the messenger finished speaking, he flew forward. The group followed, and not long after, they arrived at a place filled with palaces. At a glance, it was a huge palace. Each palace was separated by a distance and looked quite luxurious. Every palace here has a marked name. All of you from the 9 nations of the vast sea live in a palace. Go and find it yourself. The messenger left these words and soared into the sky, leaving this place. Everyone descended and began to search the various palaces. The 6 kingdoms of the Quan Ocean. The 3 countries of the Ying Sea. Xianling Kingdom. They saw different signs outside the different palaces. Not long after, they arrived at a palace. The words on the door of the palace read, "The vast C9 nations." They had arrived at their palace. However, the palace's door was open, which made them slightly stunned. Logically speaking, they had not moved in yet, so the door should be closed. Everyone's heart flashed with curiosity, and then they walked in. As soon as they entered, they saw a few figures sitting in the courtyard and drinking tea. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest enter, they looked at them with lightning-like eyes. "This place is already our residence, you guys should get lost." A tall young man waved his hand casually, as if he was chasing away a group of country bumpkins. His tone made the people of the vast C9 nations look a little unhappy. "Everyone, it's clearly written here that this is the palace of the vast C9 nations. Are you in the wrong place?" Ruan Tianjiao cupped his fists. "Do you think I'm blind? Of course I know that this is the palace of the 9 nations of the vast sea. But now it belongs to our Xianling kingdom. We have many people, and the original palace can't accommodate all of us. As for you, you can find a place to live in the wilderness," the tall young man said casually. The faces of Ruan Tianjiao and the others turned ugly. However, at the same time, they were also shocked. Xianling Kingdom was a kingdom that was extremely powerful and ruled a vast territory. Even if the 9 nations of the vast sea were to join forces, they would still be far inferior. Everyone, this is the palace that the Divine Time Island has given to us, the vast sea 9 nations. It's not very good for you to occupy it like this. If we report this to the Divine Time Island, even the mysterious spirit kingdom will not be able to explain it. Ruan Tianjiao said with a dark expression. Are you threatening me? The eyes of the tall youth flashed with sharpness as he stared at Ruan Tianjiao. I wouldn't dare. Yuan Tianjiao said. If you don't dare, then get lost. The tall youth berated. Then we can only look for the emissaries of the temporal island. Ruan Tianjiao said coldly, and was about to turn around and leave. Impudent. The tall young man shouted and suddenly stood up. A powerful aura spread out and he scolded. You really don't want the face one gave you. You're just a piece of trash in the vast sea 9 nations, and you dare to threaten me. With every sentence he spoke, the tall young man took a step forward. His aura became stronger and stronger, causing many people from the vast sea 9 nations to have ugly expressions. The Great Saint Realm. The tall young man looked so young, but he had already reached the cultivation of the Great Saint Realm. It was truly shocking. As expected of the Xianling Kingdom, the tall youth's eyes were indifferent and aloof as he glanced at Ruan Tianjiao. You're a pretty woman. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Serve me for a few days, and I'll let this matter go. Damn it. A young man from Mingyan country was furious. The other party was clearly the one who occupied their residence. Ruan Tianjiao merely said that he wanted to find an emissary from the Time God Palace. Yet the other party was already overbearing, actually wanting Ruan Tianjiao to kneel and apologize, as well as serve him for a few days. What did they do wrong? It was clearly the other party's fault. What did you just say? You're looking for death. The tall young man's eyes were like knives as he looked at the young man from Mingyan country. Then he took a step forward and pounced toward the young man from Mingyan country, like lightning. A terrifying knife light slashed toward the young man. This was a sure kill technique. If it hit, death was certain. The tall young man was too overbearing. He wanted to kill someone just because of a word of disagreement. At this time, Ruan Tianjiao's figure moved, and the sword light in his hand bloomed, slashing at the tall youth's saber light. Clang. The blade and sword collided. The tall youth's body trembled, and he retreated a few steps. Ruan Tianjiao had blocked his attack. How dare you fight back? I'll kill you first. Die. The tall youth shouted coldly, and an astonishing attack erupted as he charged towards Ruan Tianjiao. In an instant he slashed out hundreds of blades, and heavy blade rays enveloped Ruan Tianjiao. However, Ruan Tianjiao's expression was calm, and a dragon's roar came from his body. The battle sword in his hand slashed out, and a sword light turned into a huge dragon shadow. The dragon shadow pounced forward, and all the blade lights were shattered. The tall young man's body was forced back a dozen steps and a trace of blood spilled from his mouth. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. CM. Chapter 1949 blown up in just one move. The tall young man was at a disadvantage and spat out blood. The tall youth's cultivation was the same as Ruan Tianjiao's. They were both at the great sage lower mastery. However, the tall youth's spiritual body was only a low-tier heaven spiritual body, while Ruan Tianjiao's spiritual body was a medium-tier heaven spiritual body. The other party was naturally no match for him. You're looking for death. The tall young man roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. An ant from the vast sea 9 nations had actually injured him. This was unforgivable. Before this, he was still acting high and mighty, looking down on the people of the vast sea and the 9 nations. But now he was injured by Ruan Tianjiao. If he had lost at the hands of an elder, it would still be acceptable. However, Ruan Tianjiao's age looked even younger than him. This made him feel like he had lost all face. Kill. All of you will die today. The tall youth roared and once again charged at Ruan Tianjiao, but after a few moves, he was forced back by Ruan Tianjiao. How dare you hurt the heavenly beauty of our mysterious spirit kingdom? You deserve to die. On the other side, the other people who were with the tall young man also stood up with cold expressions. Buzz. And MBSB whoosh. More and more people rushed out of the palace. A few of them were elders with powerful auras. I told you to get lost. If you don't get lost, you're simply seeking your own death. One of the old men had a cold expression as he stepped towards Ruan Tianjiao. His terrifying aura pressed down on Ruan Tianjiao, forcing him to retreat. Absolute Saint. Ruan Tianjiao's voice interrupted, and he couldn't help but cry out. The other members of the vast C9 nations also had a drastic change in their expressions. Xianling Kingdom was so powerful that even absolute saints were here. Let me do it. Let's go, Lu Ming said. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Ruan Tianjiao, blocking his aura. At this moment, Lu Ming was rather speechless. Why was it that no matter where he went, he would always encounter such a self-proclaimed idiot? In fact, there were many people like that in this world. With a little power and status, they would look down on those of lower status and feel superior in front of them. Whenever he met someone of a higher status, he would immediately change into a humble appearance. There were too many people like this. Looking at Lu Ming's back view, Ruan Tianjiao's heart suddenly calmed down for some reason. I'll give you one last chance, get lost. Lu Ming said calmly. Little bastard, are you crazy? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish first. The Absolute Saint Elder's eyes flashed coldly as he struck his palm at Lu Ming. The palm force struck down, and the space held wildly. The people from Xianling Kingdom smiled smugly. Lu Ming would definitely die under this palm. They seemed to be able to see Lu Ming being killed. But the next moment, their smiles froze. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the elder's palm. The elder's palm stopped in the air. The old man's expression changed to one of fear. No matter how he unleashed his holy power, Lu Ming's palm did not move an inch. How was this possible? He was an absolute saint, a high and mighty absolute saint. How old was Lu Ming? How could he have such abilities? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. How sad. Lu Ming said coldly. His holy power burst out and he swung it. The old man's body was thrown out and smashed heavily on the floor. The ground rumbled and the floor cracked. The old man's body was embedded in the huge pit, twitching continuously. Everyone's expression froze. Even the people from the vast C9 nations knew that Lu Ming's abilities were unfathomable. However, to witness a legendary absolute saint being smashed to the ground by Lu Ming so easily, to the point that he was half dead, was still a shocking scene. In Xianling Kingdom, the tall young man's face was pale, and his body was trembling. He found it hard to believe that there was such a powerful figure in the 9 nations of the vast sea, who could defeat an absolute saint with one move. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and landed heavily on the absolute Saint Elder. The terrifying power shattered the absolute Saint Elder's saint heart. His saint heart was broken, and his cultivation was destroyed. The absolute Saint Elder screamed in despair. You're looking for death. Another elder from Xianling Kingdom shouted, his voice spreading far and wide. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, the sound of air being torn could be heard as many figures descended. These were the powerhouses of the mysterious spirit kingdom. They had been staying in their own palaces and not here. When they arrived and learned that Lu Ming had crippled an absolute saint, they were shocked and filled with cold killing intent. How dare you offend our mysterious spirit kingdom? Kill! An old woman with snow-white hair shouted. Her killing intent was like a blade. The Xianling Kingdom was one of the most powerful kingdoms in the entire 10,000 sea realm. It was one of the few big kingdoms, and could almost dominate the entire 10,000 sea realm, except for the Time Island. Now a mere vast C9 nations actually dared to cripple a person from Xianling Kingdom. They were simply courting death. In an instant, at least 10 ultimate saints released their auras, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. The 2 old men from the vast C9 nations shook their heads speechlessly. They knew Lu Ming's strength. The mysterious spirit kingdom dared to treat Lu Ming with such an attitude. They were simply courting death. They seemed to have seen the tragic state of the mysterious spirit kingdom. Kill! The white-haired old woman made the first move. A terrifying attack blasted toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other absolute saints also attacked. More than a dozen attacks were aimed at Lu Ming. They wanted to crush Lu Ming's bones with one attack. You brought this upon yourself. You can't live. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then he threw a punch. The air trembled. forming a terrifying force that destroyed the attacks of more than 10 absolute saints. How is that possible? All the experts of Xianling Kingdom were shocked. He destroyed the attacks of more than 10 absolute saints with one move. What kind of strength was this? Not good. They were shocked and felt a chill all over their bodies. They had a bad feeling. Some of them even retreated, but it was too late. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming swung his fists continuously, and streams of fist force rushed out with an unstoppable momentum, crushing those people. Bang. 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 The absolute saints didn't even have time to scream before they were blown into the air. In an instant, only the white-haired old woman was left. At this moment, the white-haired old woman was terrified and began to escape. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout came from the sky in the distance. It was filled with shock and anger. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear it. He threw another punch. The white-haired old woman was directly blown up, her body and soul destroyed. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. More than 10 absolute saints had been killed in an instant. It was too terrifying. Lu Ming, what are your limits? Yuan Tianjiao seemed to be numb, only a bitter smile and endless curiosity. How audacious! An angry roar came from the sky. Then more than 10 figures appeared. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. CM. Chapter 1950. Conflict intensified. More than a dozen figures appeared. The one in the lead was a young man in golden robes. Big brother. The tall young man from Xianling Kingdom was overjoyed to see this young man. His big brother had finally arrived. His big brother had come to the God-Time Island 6 years ago. With his shocking talent, he was accepted as a disciple by a saint emperor of the God-Time Island. Right now, his status on the God-Time Island was extraordinary. His big brother's arrival finally put him at ease. Not good. Seeing this youth, Yuan Tianjiao's expression changed drastically. Lu Ming, this person is wearing a golden robe with a river of time embroidered on the cuffs. This is the symbol of a core disciple of the Divine Time Island. Yuan Tianjiao quickly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. The core disciple of the Divine Time Island was the highest level of cultivation in the Divine Time Island. There were only a few of them in the entire Divine Time Island, and their status was astonishing. This young man was obviously from the mysterious spirit kingdom. This time they were in trouble. Xian Chuan was the young man's name. At this moment, Xian Chuan was extremely angry and filled with endless killing intent. Today he had just come out of seclusion and wanted to see the people from the mysterious spirit kingdom. His brother had come as well, but he did not expect to see Lu Ming killing the experts from the mysterious spirit kingdom the moment he arrived. Even the mysterious spirit kingdom couldn't afford to lose more than 10 absolute saints. This was definitely more than half of the experts in the mysterious spirit kingdom. Boy, I'll let you die without a burial place. And all of you from the vast C9 nations will die. Xian Chuan glared at Lu Ming coldly, wishing he could cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. It's your people from the mysterious spirit kingdom who occupied the palace we live in. It's also your country who attacked us first. How can we not retaliate? Yuan Tianjiao called out. Shut up. Xian Chuan shouted coldly, his eyes cold. So what? Even if one occupy your palace, even if I want to kill you first, so what? You shouldn't have retaliated. If you retaliated, you would have died. Xian Chuan was overbearing. They didn't care about the cause and process. He only cared about the result. In the end, the powerhouses of the mysterious spirit kingdom were killed. Lu Ming and the rest had to die. Big brother, you must take revenge for the elders. The tall young man shouted. Don't worry. Xian Chuan spoke coldly. The vast C9 nations are lawless. They openly killed experts of other countries on the temporal divine island. They are all sentenced to death. Kill without mercy. Yes. A few people walked out from behind Xian Chuan, releasing a terrifying aura. These people were all absolute saints in the Great Circle. These people were all experts from the Divine Time Island. Their faces were cold, and they didn't care about who was right or wrong. If Xian Chuan said to kill, they would kill. Xian Chuan's status on the Divine Time Island was transcendent, and he was loved by many divine emperors. His words were law and reason. The faces of the vast C9 nations, including Wan Tianjiao, were extremely ugly. The Divine Time Island was different from the other great nations. They were the number one power in the 10,000 sea realm, and had unfathomable strength. They had many sacred emperors. If they offended the Divine Time Island, the vast C9 nations would be eliminated. Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He himself was not afraid, but he was worried that he would implicate the 9 nations of the vast sea. Kneel down and accept your punishment. An absolute saint in the great circle said coldly. He slammed his palm down, and a huge palm formed and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch, and the huge palm was crushed. Xianquan's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming was so powerful. He could even block an absolute saint in the great circle. Could this person also be from beyond the heavens? Xianquan's heart moved. With his status, he naturally knew many things that others didn't. During this period of time, many experts from the 10,000 sea realm had suddenly descended. All of them had profound cultivation and powerful battle prowess. Many of them were actually not weaker than the sacred emperors of the Divine Time Island. He had heard from some elders that these people might have come from beyond the heavens. In the beginning, he was extremely shocked. If Lu Ming was also from beyond the heavens, things would not be easy. Xianquan frowned. The people of my mysterious spirit kingdom can't die in vain. Suddenly, Xianquan clenched his fists tightly. So what if he came from beyond the heavens? How could his Divine Time Island be afraid? Let's attack together. With a wave of his hand, the few absolute saints in the great circle charged toward Lu Ming again. They were all using killing moves. You're the ones who are looking for death, Lu Ming said coldly. Just now he had already taken a step back and did not fight back. However, the other party was obviously insatiable. He understood that there was no use in backing down against such a person. Only by using iron and blood to suppress him would the other party be afraid. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and flew up. He threw a punch and the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, suppressing an absolute saint in the perfection. That expert's attack was instantly destroyed by the prison-suppressing steel's illusionary image. Under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel, the man screamed in pain and his body was torn into pieces. Then Lu Ming punched again, and killed a person in the absolute saint's perfection. How is that possible? Xianquan roared. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. He could even kill an absolute saint in the great circle. The tall young man, and the rest of the people from Xianling Kingdom were also pale. In their eyes, Lu Ming was simply a god of death. Send the signal, send the signal. Gather the experts of the Divine Island. Xianquan retreated crazily and shouted at the same time. Kill. Lu Ming stepped into the void and charged toward Xianquan. Since he had made his move, he would destroy them all. Lu Ming, it's you. Kill. Right at this moment, an explosive roar rang out. Following that, a terrifying sword light came slashing over from the distance. It was extremely terrifying, as though it was going to split the entire Divine Time Island in half. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. An absolute holy weapon sword appeared in his hand and he swung it. Boom. A violent explosion, along with endless sword chi, spread out. Whoosh. In the distance, there was a flash of light and a middle-aged man appeared in the sky. Spots of light lit up on his body. Hundreds of holy weapons floated around him, and a river of laws surrounded him. The Wen family. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that many experts who had entered the 10,000 sea realm had come to the Divine Time Island, just like him, to explore the Divine Time Mountain. The River of Laws, that's Saint Emperor. Heavens, the Sage Emperor has appeared. Could it be the Divine Emperor of the Divine Time Island? Cries of alarm rang out. An emperor-to-be was known as a sacred emperor in the 10,000 sea realm. They were the strongest experts in the realm. Because there were no martial emperors in the 10,000 sea realm, and immortality was only a legend. Wan Tianjiao and the others were also extremely shocked. The sacred emperor had made his move. Could Lu Ming win? Ow. At this moment, a heaven-shaking roar was heard. In the distance, a giant wolf as large as a mountain stepped through the air. This giant wolf was also surrounded by a river of laws. Whoosh. Then on the other side, a purple light flashed, and a purple-robed elder appeared. His body was covered in purple light, and there was also a river of laws around him. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Come. 9 Emperor-to-be Skywolf Tower. The purple extreme sex Emperor-to-be, they're all here. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and muttered. The 3 Emperor-to-be stood in 3 directions, surrounding Lu Ming. The people from the small countries in the 10,000 Sea realm were all shocked. The 3 divine emperors had appeared, and from the looks of it, they were all hostile towards Lu Ming. These divine emperors don't seem like the temporal island. That's right. I've never heard of a giant wolf becoming a sage emperor on the divine time island. Many people were discussing in low voices. The people from the vast C9 nations turned pale. There were so many sacred emperors against Lu Ming. As for Xianchuan, he was overjoyed and shouted, "Quickly send the signal and gather the experts of the divine island." Whoosh. Beside Xianchuan, an expert waved his hand and a light pillar shot up into the sky, forming a river of time. Everyone on the entire divine time island could see it. Xianchuan's words shocked everyone. From Xianchuan's words, these divine emperors weren't from the time god island. However, other than the temporal island, there were no other factions in the 10,000 Sea realm that had saint emperors. And 3 of them had appeared all at once. Ga. Ow. At this moment, a few sharp bird calls were heard. A huge 3-legged golden crow appeared in the sky. In addition, there was a huge silver wolf, all of which were emperor-to-be. Many experts from the major forces had entered the world of the lotus flower. Naturally, there were more than 1 or 2 emperor-to-be experts. That's the 3-legged golden crow, the legendary divine beast. Someone exclaimed. In the 10,000 Seas realm, the 3-legged golden crow was a legendary divine beast. It had never appeared before. Today he had actually seen one. Hee, this is Lu Ming? A cold voice came from a gust of wind. Lu Ming, you've been hiding for so long. You'll die today. Hand over the celestial emperor's sword. Another voice was heard from the other side. The Hung family. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. It seemed that almost all the enemies were here today. At this time, regardless of whether it was the people from the vast C9 nations, the mysterious spirit kingdom, or the other countries, they were all stunned. They all gasped in shock. 9 divine emperors. A total of 9 divine emperors surrounded Lu Ming. They were all hostile to him. Lu Ming. Quan Tianjiu's eyes were filled with deep worry. At this moment, several figures flew over from the divine time island. All of them had powerful auras. The experts of the divine time island had arrived. Xianchuan, what happened? An old man asked. He looked at the quasi-sages of the Golden Crow race with a serious expression. It's this brat. He's the one who killed the people of our divine time island. He's absolutely lawless. Xianchuan pointed at Lu Ming and said coldly, You dare to kill the people of our divine time island? What guts? The old man shouted coldly. He and the other 2 powerhouses stepped toward Lu Ming. The river of laws also appeared on their bodies. The Sage Emperor, another Sage Emperor. A total of 12 sacred emperors surrounded Lu Ming. Haha, this brat actually has so many enemies. He's dead for sure. Xianchuan laughed in his heart. As for the people from the smaller countries, their minds were in a complete mess. Everything that happened today was beyond their imagination. Other than the divine time island, where did so many sage emperors come from? Lu Ming, hand over the celestial emperor's sword. The Hung family's saint emperor shouted coldly, If you want it, come and get it yourself. Lu Ming said coldly. The saint energy in his body circulated crazily, pushing his strength to the limit. It seemed that he had to fight a big battle today. Young Master Xinglai once said that he would kill you with his own hands. But today I will do it. The emperor-to-be from the Hung family spoke coldly, and was the first to make a move. A pale sword radiance bloomed and slashed toward Lu Ming. On Lu Ming's body, hundreds of acupuncture points lit up. Hundreds of holy weapons flew out, and the chi of combat weapons soared into the sky. Whoosh! The holy sword of supremacy flew toward the sword light of the Hung family's emperor-to-be with a single thought from Lu Ming. Clang! The sword trembled and was sent flying back, but it still managed to block the opponent's sword. Lu Ming is cunning and sinister. There's no need to play by the rules with him. Let's attack together. The emperor-to-be of the Wan family shouted and made his move. Endless chi of war weapons gathered and slashed out a vast sword light, aiming at Lu Ming's throat. This time, in the world of the lotus flower, it was a rare opportunity to lull Lu Ming. If he left the world of the lotus flower, it would be difficult to lull Lu Ming. Moreover, if they were to send out even more powerful experts, it was likely that the Great Yin Elixir Palace's Uncle Kong would make a move. He had been killed while searching for treasures in the Lotus world, so Uncle Kong had nothing to say. If you want to join forces, just say it. There's no need to be so grand. Lu Ming sneered and threw a punch. A phantom of the prison-suppressing steel appeared and flew toward the emperor-to-be of the Wan family. Thump! The prison-suppressing steel trembled, and with the power to suppress the heavens, it struck the battle weapon of the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan, forcing him to retreat a few steps. Kill! A roar was heard. The two emperor-to-be giant wolves from the Skywolf Tower also made their move. They howled madly and suppressed the sky. They launched a terrifying killing force at Lu Ming. Following that, the emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race, the emperor-to-be of the Purple Extreme sect, and the emperor-to-be of the Wind race made their moves at the same time. The 9 emperors-to-be attacked at the same time. Their auras were so powerful that it seemed like they could blow up the world. The endless pressure forced the spectators to retreat. The people from the vast C9 nations and the mysterious spirit kingdom retreated frantically. The pressure was too strong, and they were too close to it. They were afraid that they would be crushed. Is this the strength of a Saint Emperor? The moment he makes a move, he has earth-shattering power. It's too terrifying. Many people had the same thought. Then, they looked at the figure who was besieged by many emperors-to-be. Could he still block so many attacks? Good. Lu Ming let out a long howl. The space between his eyebrows glowed, and the Dian elixir furnace appeared. It grew rapidly and blasted behind him. And NBSB at the same time, he used the primal chaos tribulation finger, and thrust 5 fingers forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 huge fingers, like the fingers of a god, broke through the air and attacked the 5 emperor-to-be experts. Boom! Boom! With continuous rumbles, the 5 chaos fingers of tribulation exploded, but they also blocked the other party's attack. Behind him, the Dian elixir furnace had also blocked the attacks of the other 4. It trembled and flew back to Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's body trembled and his face turned pale. He was powerful and could defeat or even kill any of the 9 emperors-to-be. However, if all 9 of them attacked him at the same time, he would not be able to do so. After all, there were 9 of them, and he was no match for them. His body trembled and his chi and blood churned. However, this scene in the eyes of others was nothing but shock. How is that possible? The people of Xianling Kingdom and Xianchuan widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming was actually able to block the attacks of 9 Saint Emperors by himself. What kind of monster was he? Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool.com. Bubble arrives and kills Emperor-to-be consecutively, Lu Ming. Ruan Tianjiao and the rest of the people from Mingyan country could not help but clench their fists. They did not know why, but they suddenly felt proud of Lu Ming. Even they did not know why. It might be related to Lu Ming representing the Mingyan country this time. In their past memories, the Divine Emperor was a lofty figure who looked down on the world. He was a top expert in the 10,000 Sea realm. But now Lu Ming could fight against 9 people at once. It was too shocking. Is this the son of chaos? His combat strength is truly heaven-defying. Not only were there people from the 10,000 Sea realm, but there were also people from the outside world. There were many of them who were attracted by the commotion and came to watch. Someone sighed. Not only the spectators, but even the emperor-to-be from the Hung family, and the others were shocked. Lu Ming could actually block them. Kill! The emperor-to-be from the Hung family shouted, and was the first to make a move again. He cast a magical technique and charged at Lu Ming. Then the other emperors-to-be also attacked. Then I'll kill you first. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stared at the quasi-emperor of the Wan family and charged at him. At the same time, Lu Ming waved his hand and 9 huge prison-suppressing steels appeared. They pressed down on the others while Lu Ming continued to charge at the emperor-to-be of the Hung family. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Lu Ming attacked with all his might and launched a Chaos Finger of Tribulation. The Primal Chaos Finger of Tribulation destroyed the attack of the Hung family's emperor-to-be and forced him to retreat rapidly with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The other 8 people's attacks collided with the prison-suppressing steel's shadow that Lu Ming had condensed. There was a constant rumble, and the 9 prison-suppressing steel's shadow was destroyed. The remaining power surged towards Lu Ming, causing his body to tremble and blood to flow from his mouth. However, Lu Ming made use of this force to charge at the emperor-to-be of the Hung family even faster. Come in. Lu Ming opened the lid of the Dian elixir furnace. A terrifying suction force erupted from the furnace and was about to suck the emperor-to-be of the Hung family in. The emperor-to-be from the Hung clan was shocked. He struggled madly and shouted, "Quickly come and help me. Don't even think about it. Kill." The other 8 powerhouses attacked at the same time. The Sun, Gale, Giant Wolf, and the others all charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with madness. Block it. With a thought, hundreds of saint weapons gathered into a giant shield and blocked behind him. Then he pointed at the emperor-to-be of the Hung family. Boom. The attacks of the 8 emperors-to-be landed on the shield made up of hundreds of saint weapons. The shield exploded, and some of the bright saint weapons and great saint weapons were shattered into pieces. Only a dozen or so absolute saint weapons didn't explode. A total of 200 saint weapons had been destroyed just like that. This was a huge loss. However, it was all worth it. This had also bought Lu Ming some time. Under the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger, the emperor-to-be of the Hung family was almost blown apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he resist the pull of the Da Yin elixir furnace? He struggled madly, but he was still swallowed by the Dian elixir furnace. Clang. After closing the furnace lid, Lu Ming started to activate the furnace fire to refine the other party. Thump. Thump. Inside the furnace, the other party was frantically attacking, wanting to rush out. However, given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, how could he, an ordinary emperor-to-be, rush out of the cauldron? Attack and save the emperor-to-be of the Hung family. The emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race let out a long howl and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other emperor-to-be also launched an attack on Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the Dian elixir furnace to block it. Although he was at a disadvantage, the other party could not seriously injure him in a short period of time. Saint Emperor, this person is lawless. If you attack now, you can kill him. Xian Chuan sent a message to the 3 sacred emperors of the Divine Time Island. The 3 emperors-to-be from the Divine Time Island looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. Lu Ming had to pay the price for killing several experts on the Divine Time Island. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Divine Time Island be? The 3 of them nodded and stepped forward at the same time, their bodies exuding a mysterious aura. Everyone was shocked. The sacred emperor of the Divine Time Island was about to make his move as well. Lu Ming. Wan Tianjia was extremely worried. Previously, Lu Ming was clearly at a disadvantage. If the 3 quasi-emperors of the Divine Time Island were added to the mix, Lu Ming would be even more disadvantaged. Boom. 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 The 3 emperors-to-be from the Divine Time Island did not hesitate and attacked at the same time. 3 terrifying divine lights shot toward Lu Ming, and there was actually a trace of time power in them. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he was ready to resist with all his might. However, at this moment, the space around them started to ripple. A huge transparent bubble appeared and enveloped the 3 emperors-to-be from the Divine Time Island. Bubbles. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Bubbles had entered the myriad sea realm with him. To his surprise, he had also arrived at the Divine Time Island. Bubbles appeared beside Lu Ming and he muttered, "So many of you are fighting brother Lu Ming. I'll fight you too, Chirpy." Bubbles continued to form as she mumbled to herself. With a wave of her hand, more transparent bubbles were formed and enveloped the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race and the Wan clan. Kill. Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack the emperor-to-be of the Wan family. He had just lost so many saint weapons, so he might as well get them back from this quasi-emperor of the Wan clan. And MBSB, the enemy, was covered by the space-time law and was struggling madly, trying to break it. However, with Bubble's current realm and space-time law, how could it be so easy to break? Lu Ming picked up the Dian elixir furnace and smashed it at the other party's face. Thump. The Dian elixir furnace smashed onto the quasi-emperor of the Wan family's head. The quasi-emperor's head was almost split open. He was completely dazed. Slash. Lu Ming grabbed an absolute holy weapon saber beside him and slashed down. The emperor-to-be of the Wan clan was split into two. An emperor-to-be had fallen. Heavens! The spectators from the 10,000 realm were all shocked. This was a figure equivalent to a sage emperor, yet he had been killed just like that. The sacred emperor was at the peak of the 10,000 realm. It was synonymous with invincibility. It turned out that even an invincible sacred emperor could die. Many people sighed. In addition to the one inside the Dian elixir furnace that was already silent, there were already two. Two of the saint emperors had been killed by Lu Ming. Who was this young man? Thoughts ran through the minds of the 10,000 realm warriors. At this time, the others had already broken through the space-time law and gathered together, their eyes extremely solemn. Space-time law, it's the space-time law. The sacred emperor of the divine time island cried out in excitement. Their nomological laws also contained a trace of time power. However, compared to Bubbles, they were still far from it. If you want to kill me, then kill to your heart's content today. Lu Ming's killing intent grew stronger. He stepped on the air and headed for the remaining emperor-to-be. Since they wanted to kill him, he would slaughter them all. The remaining emperors-to-be looked solemn. Lu Ming's combat strength was already terrifying enough. In addition to Bubbles, who had mastered the space-time law, their combat strength was amazing. The divine tree of time, if it was a head-on clash, they wouldn't be afraid. The key was that the space-time laws were too profound and too useful in trapping enemies. The space-time law trapped the enemy while Lu Ming was the main attacker. When they worked together, their destructive power was shocking. At this moment, a few more people stepped into the air from the distance, their bodies surrounded by the river of laws. Another emperor-to-be from the temporal divine island had arrived. He had gathered with the previous three emperors-to-be, and a powerful aura was pressing down on Lu Ming. A great battle was about to start. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This figure was enveloped by a mysterious power. The area was completely distorted, as if time and space were changing. He could only vaguely see that it was a black-robed old man. When the emperor-to-be experts of the Divine Time Island saw this old man, they bowed and greeted. "We pay our respects to the Sage Master. We pay our respects to the Sage Master." The expressions of the other cultivators from the Divine Time Island also changed as they bowed. The Sage Master? Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. It seemed that this Sage Master had a very high status. Even the quasi-emperors on the Divine Time Island were very respectful to him. The Sage Master nodded slightly and looked at Lu Ming with a kind smile. He then looked at the other emperors-to-be and said, "Everyone here is a powerful existence. If we fight here, the Divine Time Island will be greatly damaged. Can you give this old man some face and temporarily stop the battle?" Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not say anything. The eyes of the emperors-to-be of the other forces flickered, but they didn't speak. Now that Lu Ming and Dandan's combat strength had skyrocketed, they were not confident even though they had the advantage in numbers. If the people from the Divine Time Island were to withdraw, they would be even more uncertain. Reporting to the Sacred Master, "This man has killed several elders of my Divine Time Island. You cannot let him off." Xianchuan was still unwilling to give up. He reported to the Sage Master that he wanted to borrow the power of the Divine Time Island to kill Lu Ming. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The Sage Master looked at Xianchuan, and his voice turned cold. Xianchuan's face changed drastically. He knelt down immediately and shouted with a pale face, "I don't dare. This disciple doesn't dare. Please forgive me, Sage Master." The Sage Master ignored Xianchuan and continued to look at Lu Ming and the rest. "You're from beyond the heavens and have come to the 10,000 realm. You must be here for the immortal relic and the Time God Mountain. If you stop fighting, I'll take you there. The Sage Master's words stunned the people of 10,000 Sea Realm. Beyond the heavens. These experts actually came from beyond the heavens. Many people in the 10,000 Sea Realm knew that it was connected to the other 8 realms. They could communicate, but only Saint Emperors could. And beyond the 9 worlds, there were even larger worlds. Legend had it that the world beyond the heavens was vast and boundless. Martial arts had developed to the extreme, and there were even immortal existences. However, all of this was just a legend. No one had ever confirmed it. Now the Sage Master actually said that these people came from beyond the heavens. Perhaps it was true. Otherwise, why would so many experts suddenly appear on the Divine Time Island? Beyond the heavens, beyond the heavens. So Lu Ming came from beyond the heavens. That's right, only beyond the heavens can give birth to a prodigy like Lu Ming. While Yuan Tianjiao was shocked, all sorts of thoughts ran through his mind. The people of the vast C9 nations and the Xianling kingdom were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming, for the sake of the Sage Master, I'll spare your life today. One of the giant wolves from the Skywolf Tower said. Spare my life. Hee, come on, let's continue the battle and see if you can take my life. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at the giant wolf from the Skywolf Tower. This made the giant wolf of the Skywolf Tower look unsightly. He was only trying to win with his words. If they really had to fight, they had no confidence. The Sage Master smiled bitterly. Little brother, why don't we let it go for now? After you go to the Time God Mountain and leave the Time God Island, one won't interfere no matter how you guys want to fight. That's to give face to the Sage Master and spare their dog lives first. Lu Ming smiled faintly. If they were to truly fight, he might not be afraid. However, with the addition of the people from the Divine Time Island, he might not be able to gain an advantage. More importantly, the Sage Master gave him a profound feeling. The Skywolf Tower's giant wolves and the others had ugly expressions, but they didn't refute. Okay, thank you for giving me face, little brother. The people of 10,000 Sea Realm can stay here for the time being. No one is allowed to attack. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed without mercy. The Sage Master said, his voice turning cold. The people from Xianling Kingdom had ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to refute the Sage Master's words. So many of their people had died in vain, and they could only admit that they were unlucky. Friends from beyond the heavens, if you want to explore the Time God Mountain, then come with me. The Sage Master's voice reverberated in all directions as he flew into the depths of the Divine Time Island. Lu Ming smiled and followed the Sage Master. The giant wolf from the Sirius Tower, the Quasi-Emperor of the Golden Crow race, and the Quasi-Emperor of the Wind race followed behind him with gloomy faces. In the sky, one figure after another streaked across the void. All of them were experts from the outside world. They followed the sacred teacher and headed towards the Divine Time Island. So many people? The people of the 10,000 Sea Realm were shocked. So many people had come from beyond the sky, and they were all terrifying experts. Not long after, they arrived at the center of the Divine Time Island. Up ahead, there was a huge mountain that pierced through the clouds. This mountain looked deathly silent. At a glance, it was all bare rocks. Everyone's eyes focused. They saw bones in different parts of the mountain, almost completely decayed. How could there be so many bones in this mountain? Everyone stopped in their tracks, somewhat bewildered. Everyone, this is the Time God Mountain. The entire mountain is deathly silent with only a few plants. The Sage Master introduced. Everyone observed carefully. Indeed, there were some plants on the mountain, but they were very sparse. These plants have the power of time. If a martial artist consumes them, they can increase their lifespan. The Sage Master continued. What? It can increase one's lifespan? Someone cried out in surprise, his eyes emitting a blazing flame. A martial emperor's lifespan was endless. Other than facing the great calamity of heaven and earth, they did not need to worry about their lifespan. However, those below the martial supreme realm had limited lifespans. A saint could live for more than 100,000 years, but not more than 200,000 years. The emperor-to-be was also in this range. This time there were many ancient emperors-to-be who had come. Many of them were already at the end of their lifespans. The plants that could increase their lifespans were a fatal temptation to them. Also, there's a small tree at the peak of the Divine Time Mountain. That's the Divine Time Tree. If a martial artist swallows it, his lifespan will be doubled. The Sage Master continued. Double the lifespan. This time, most of the people revealed a fiery light of greed, increasing one's lifespan by 1-fold. What kind of concept was that? Some of the emperors-to-be were close to the end of their lifespans. However, if their lifespans were doubled, they might be able to enter the martial emperor realm and attain immortality. The fatal temptation of this matter was irresistible. Chapter 1954 Time Power. That's mine. It's mine. Immediately, some people rushed towards the divine light sacred mountain. However, the few people at the front suddenly let out blood-curdling screeches. A shocking scene appeared. The few people at the front stopped in the air and let out terrified screams. Their old and shriveled bodies became even shriveled, and their essence chi seemed to have been swallowed in an instant. Then, all their hair fell off and their clothes rotted. Their bodies seemed to have turned into skeletons, and there was no longer any aura on them. The expressions of the people behind changed drastically as they retreated frantically. But after they left, they all seemed to have aged a lot. It had only been a few breaths, but all of them seemed to have aged 10,000 years. Looking ahead, the few people who were flying at the front had already turned into bones. What's going on? What was going on? My lifespan is almost exhausted. An old man whose hair was about to fall off shouted, "I'm not done yet. You guys are too impatient. The Time God Mountain is filled with the power of time. Any living being that goes up there will be deprived of time. Time is flowing faster in the Time God Mountain," the Sage Master said indifferently. Time is flowing faster. Damn it. The people who were charging forward roared. They had suffered a great loss this time. As for those who were slower and didn't move forward, they were secretly glad that they were a step slower. Otherwise, the consequences would have been serious. Lu Ming, Bubbles, and some other young men did not step forward earlier. They were still young, and things like lifespan were not attractive to them. Chirp, chirp. On Lu Ming's shoulder, the bubble was chirping. Its eyes were fixed on the small tree on the Divine Time Mountain. Bubbles, is that little tree of great use to you? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Yes, Chirpy. Bubbles nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming understood. Bubbles was a space-time mouse and the small tree had the power of time. It was not surprising that it would be of great use to Bubbles. But how could he get it? Lu Ming pondered secretly. Can't we go up the Time God Mountain? Someone asked in a deep voice. If he couldn't go up, then what was the point of coming here? It was better to explore other ruins as soon as possible. It's not like we can't go up at all. Follow me. The Sage Master then flew toward the side of the Time God Mountain. Not long after, the Sage Master stopped and pointed at the Time God Mountain. There's a canyon here. Every 3 months, the power of time in this canyon will drop to its lowest. At that time, we can pass through this canyon. At the end of this canyon, there's an altar. As long as that altar is destroyed, the power of time in the entire Time Mountain will be greatly reduced. At that time, we'll have a chance to step onto the peak and obtain that time tree. Then why aren't the people of your Divine Time Island going up? Someone raised a question and looked at the Sage Master with doubt. It was the same for the others. Some people's eyes were cold. If the Sage Master's words were false or if he was plotting something, they would be in danger. Many emperors-to-be and absolute saints had lived for a long time and were very scheming. They naturally wouldn't trust the Sage Master easily. Because we're not strong enough, the Sage Master replied. Many people's eyes flashed. They were unable to refute the Sage Master's words. The cultivation level of the 10,000 Sea realm could not be compared to that of the Yuan continent. On the Divine Time Island, the strongest experts were all quasi-emperors. Furthermore, there weren't many of them, so it was normal for them to be unable to do so. How long more until the power of time in this canyon weakens? Someone asked. There's still half a month. The Sage Master said. All right, I'll wait here then. Someone was sitting cross-legged. A portion of the people did the same. They sat cross-legged and waited quietly. There was also a group of people looking around the divine light sacred mountain. Lu Ming and Bubbles also wandered around. Bang! Suddenly, someone stepped forward toward the time god mountain, instantly attracting the attention of many people. It seemed like someone couldn't hold back and wanted to try it out for themselves. However, that person was very cautious. Step by step, he walked very slowly. When he stepped into a certain range, his expression changed, as if he was enveloped by a terrifying force. This man was an emperor-to-be, surrounded by the river of laws. He was covered in saint power to resist the power of time. Then, step by step, he walked towards the nearest plant. Many people's eyes lit up. The power of time of the divine time mountain would become stronger the closer one was to the peak. It was not completely impossible to resist the power of time on the outside. As long as he could block it, he would be able to obtain some plants. The plants here could increase one's lifespan, and were priceless. Immediately, many people stepped out and slowly walked toward the time god mountain. Oh! But not long after, someone shouted that he couldn't hold on any longer. The person's skin was slowly drying up, causing the person's expression to change, and he quickly retreated. And the first person who had tried couldn't even walk to the closest plant. He also couldn't resist the erosion of the power of time, and was defeated. The same thing happened to the others. Even with their sovereign weapons, they were unable to resist and were defeated one after another. No one managed to obtain any plants. Brother Lu Ming, I want to try. Perhaps I can use the power of time to cultivate. Chirp chirp. At that moment, Bubbles spoke. All right, let's go together. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to test how strong the power of time in the time mountain was. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and headed toward the divine time mountain. Many people's gazes turned to Lu Ming. They also wanted to see how far the son of chaos could go. Lu Ming walked forward step by step. When he stepped into a certain area, a mysterious force acted on his body. That was the power of time, which was extremely similar to the power of Bubbles. The power of time was extremely terrifying. It seemed to seep into Lu Ming's body and deprive him of his time and longevity. Boom! Lu Ming's aura burst out and holy power surrounded his body. The laws of chaos filled the air and blocked the power of time from the outside world. The corresponding law to the power of time was the law of time. It was an extremely powerful king path law that could not be compared to Bubbles' space-time law. And naturally, it could not be compared to the chaos law. And NBSB thus, the moment the chaos laws appeared, the time energy from the outside world was blocked. Lu Ming continued to walk forward, step by step, toward a plant. He didn't walk very quickly, but each step was firm. The deeper they went, the stronger the power of time. But Lu Ming still managed to block it. Bubbles sat on Lu Ming's shoulder, and seemed to be seriously sensing the power of time in the outside world. Very soon, Lu Ming was close to the first plant. As expected of the son of chaos, he can control the laws of chaos and even block time. Someone exclaimed. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Come. Chapter 1955. Entering the mountain. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The distance that Lu Ming had covered was further than the person who had walked the furthest previously. The giant wolf from the heavenly wolf tower and the quasi-emperor from the golden crow race snorted coldly. They were a little unhappy. Soon Lu Ming came to the nearest plant. It was a purple grass with a purple flower on it, and it was emitting a strange power. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Then he pulled up the purple flower by its roots and kept it in the mountain and river diagram. Many old men with snow-white hair were staring at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Treasures that could increase one's lifespan were extremely rare, and every time they appeared, their prices would skyrocket. Lu Ming continued to move forward, walking towards another plant. Not long after, Lu Ming had picked 6 plants. Lu Ming had almost plucked all the plants in the periphery. He could only pick more plants if he went deeper. Lu Ming continued to walk. However, the deeper he went, the stronger the power of time became. The laws of chaos that surrounded his body were also shaking violently. Although the law of chaos was of a higher level, Lu Ming's cultivation level was still low. Although it was higher in quality, it was lacking in quantity. When the power of time exceeded a certain range, the laws of chaos still couldn't resist it. At this moment, a transparent bubble enveloped Lu Ming. At once, Lu Ming felt that the power of time in the outside world had lightened. Bubbles had made her move. Her space-time laws included time and space, and no other law could resist the power of time. The pressure on Lu Ming was lifted. He quickened his pace and continued to move forward. Not long after, he was almost halfway up the mountain. Space-time law, good. When the Sage Master saw this, his eyes shone with a dazzling light and a deep desire. Of course, no one saw the Sage Master's eyes. A few hours later, Lu Ming had picked more than 10 plants. But halfway up the mountain, he could no longer continue. Even with the help of Bubble's space-time laws, he was unable to advance any further. And MBSB, the time energy up ahead, was simply too terrifying. If they continued forward, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop it. They had no choice but to stop. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and used the power of time to hone his chaos laws. As for Bubbles, she was also carefully sensing the time power of the outside world. Lu Ming, why aren't you coming out? Someone spoke up and stared at Lu Ming, hoping that he would come out and buy some plants that could increase one's lifespan. He seems to be cultivating. Let's wait a little longer. He'll come out sooner or later. Many people had gathered at Lu Ming's side, waiting for him to come out and trade with him. More than 10 days had passed. Lu Ming and Bubbles finally could not hold on any longer. They got up and left the Time Mountain. As soon as he stepped out, Lu Ming was surrounded by a group of old men. Lu Ming, how much are the plants in the Time God Mountain? Sell me a few. We can discuss the price. I also want a few. Name your price. The group of old men spoke one after another, their eyes burning with passion. I'm not selling. Lu Ming waved his hands. Treasures that could increase one's lifespan were few and far between. He wanted to keep them for when he returned to the Divine Wilderness continent in the future. Many people would have a use for them. His parents and some others were not talented enough, and could not cultivate to the martial emperor realm. One day, their lifespans would run out, and these plants would come in handy. You're not selling? Immediately, some of the old men became anxious and said, Lu Ming, you're young and talented. It's a given that you'll break through to the martial supreme realm in the future. There's no point in keeping these plants that can increase your lifespan. That's right, I want two. How about you sell me two? I just want one. These old men looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. I also need to use it, so seniors, I'm sorry, please make way. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming, you have no use for it, yet you don't sell it to these seniors. You're evil. That's right. There are so many plants here. You're going too far if you want to keep all of them for yourself. There are some seniors here whose lifespans are approaching their end, and you're just going to watch them die? Not far away, the giant wolf from the Sirius Tower, the quasi-emperors of the Wind race, and the Golden Crow race sneered. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. These people were clearly trying to sow discord. As expected, some of the old men's eyes flickered with cold light. Lu Ming, give some up. It's too much to take it all for yourself. We have so many people here. If we use force, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect those plants. The giant wolf from the Sirius Tower, and the emperor-to-be from the Wind race sneered at this scene. If you don't sell, you'll have to make a move? Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The atmosphere at the scene became tense. Everyone, time's almost up. If you want to fight, then wait until we leave the Divine Time Island, the Sage Master said as he stepped forward and came to Lu Ming's side. At the same time, the experts of the Divine Time Island came to Lu Ming's side, seemingly wanting to protect him. This surprised Lu Ming. The Sage Master did not seem to want anything to happen to him. The old men's faces turned ugly. Lu Ming and Bubbles had joined forces, and it was already extremely difficult to deal with them. Now that the people from the Divine Time Island had joined in, they were not confident even if they took action. Brother Lu Ming, I hope that you can sell me some plants after we leave this place. In the end, some old men chose not to attack and retreated from the encirclement. After that, other people also withdrew. In the end, the remaining few people knew that they couldn't do anything and could only helplessly walk to the side. This made the giant wolf from the Skywolf Tower, and the emperor-to-be from the Wind Race look a little pale. He was looking forward to a conflict between Lu Ming and those old men. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the giant wolf from the Skywolf Tower, the emperor-to-be from the Wind Race, and the others. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Time's up. We can set off now. The Sage Master's eyes brightened as he spoke. However, for the time being, no one stepped forward, all hoping that someone else would take the lead. The Sage Master naturally knew that everyone was worried. With a wave of his hand, some of the emperors-to-be from the Divine Time Island flew up and charged into the canyon. Those people were extremely fast. They rushed into the canyon and were indeed fine. Only then did everyone relax and rush into the canyon. Lu Ming followed the crowd and rushed into the canyon. The power of time has indeed been reduced by many times. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The group was very fast, and they quickly passed through half of the canyon. However, after passing through half of it, their speed finally slowed down. Because from here on, the power of time would gradually become stronger. The group continued to move forward. After a while, some of the weaker cultivators finally couldn't hold on any longer and retreated out of the canyon. However, the power of time here was nothing to Lu Ming and Bubbles. They traveled quickly and slowly approached the end of the canyon. At the end of the canyon, there was an ancient altar. No one knew how many years it had been there for. It was ancient and weathered, and it emitted a strong time power. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool.com. The Great Battle in the Mountains. It's this altar. There are 3 altars in the entire Time Mountain. As long as one of them is broken, the power of time in the mountain will be greatly reduced. If all 3 altars are broken, the mountain will be free to move, the Sage Master said, his eyes revealing a trace of fiery anticipation. Bang! Bang! The group continued to move forward. In the end, including Lu Ming and Bubbles, there were more than 10 people who came to the front of the altar. The rest could not withstand the attacks and retreated. It'll blast him to pieces. A brawny man held a giant axe and swung it at the altar. Boom! The giant axe landed on the altar, causing it to shake violently. However, a terrifying time power also rushed out and hit the burly man. The burly man's body instantly shriveled up, and some white hair appeared on his black head. Damn it, my longevity! The burly man bellowed. In that instant, he felt as if he had been deprived of tens of thousands of years of life. This made him furious. This altar has such powerful time power. How do we break it? Some people glared at the Sage Master. If you want it, you have to pay a price. As long as you bombard it a little longer, you can break the altar. The Sage Master spoke. The rest of the people fell silent. If I retreat, my lifespan will be taken away. Even if I obtain a treasure that can increase my lifespan, it's useless. The gains do not make up for the losses. Some people shook their heads and retreated. The rest of the people also shook their heads. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Under the control of Bubbles' space-time law, he punched the altar. The altar rumbled and shook violently. A strong power of time rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's chaos law and the space-time law of the bubbles successfully blocked the power of time. I blocked it. The eyes of the Sage Master and the others all lit up. Boom. Boom. Then Lu Ming's fists continued to bombard the altar with terrifying fist forces. The altar kept shaking, and a strong power of time rushed out. An ordinary emperor-to-be wouldn't be able to resist it, and would be turned into bones. However, they were blocked by Lu Ming and Bubbles. Gotcha! When Lu Ming threw dozens of punches, the altar let out a cracking sound. The Sage Master's eyes bloomed with brilliant light. After a few more punches, the entire altar exploded with a boom, sending debris flying everywhere. And NBSB at this moment, the time energy of the entire mountain of time was rapidly weakening. The power of time has weakened. Those plants are mine. Many people couldn't hold back anymore and rushed toward the Time God Mountain and the plants. And NBSB, the power of time in the Time God Mountain had weakened, so many people were able to rush out far away. Lu Ming and Pow Pow moved and rushed to the top of the canyon. The others did the same and rushed to the top of the canyon one by one. Lu Ming, destroy the other 2 altars in the other 2 directions. The Sage Master's eyes glowed with a dazzling light as he stared at Lu Ming. We'll talk later. Lu Ming left these words and dashed towards the peak of the divine mountain. Damn it! The Sage Master bellowed in his heart. He then continued to shout. Lu Ming, the other 2 altars are still intact. You won't be able to reach the peak. Go and destroy the other 2 altars first. He ordered. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered with the Sage Master. He had a faint feeling that the Sage Master had an unspeakable motive for asking them to destroy the sacrificial altar. It was very likely that it would be disadvantageous to them. It was enough to destroy one. Lu Ming would not be so foolish to destroy the other 2. Damn it, you guys go and destroy the other 2. The Sage Master ordered the experts of the Divine Time Island. Those people's expressions changed, but they had to listen to the Sage Master's orders. They all rushed to the other 2 altars. At this moment, Lu Ming was approaching the top of the mountain. He picked the plants he encountered along the way. Oh no, Lu Ming is reaching the top of the mountain. That divine tree of time is mine. Stop him. All of a sudden, the Emperor-to-be experts also rushed to the top of the mountain. And MBSB, however, even though the time energy of the Time God Mountain had been greatly weakened, it was still very strong near the peak. The Emperor-to-be's speed became slower and slower. They could not keep up with Lu Ming's speed at all. In the end, they could not even move an inch because the power of time had exceeded the limit of their resistance. Well, stop him from below. Even if he has the divine tree of time, he'll have to come down. That's right, well, wait for him down there. Several voices rang out in succession. It was the Wind Race's Quasi-Emperor, the Golden Crow Race's Yuandu, and the others. They also stopped near the top of the mountain. They had already reached their limits. These people should be killed. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across the Wind Race's Emperor-to-be and the rest. Then he sent a voice transmission to Pow Pow. Then Lu Ming's figure suddenly stopped. He turned around abruptly and pounced toward the Wind Race's Emperor-to-be and the others. His body was shrouded in the power of space-time, and his speed was extremely shocking. Moreover, he was moving from top to bottom, so he was even faster. In an instant, Lu Ming's figure appeared next to the Wind Race's Emperor-to-be. Time acceleration. Bubbles cried out as a space-time law enveloped the Wind Race Quasi-Emperor. There was already a terrifying power of time in this place. Coupled with the bubbles' time acceleration, the Wind Race's Quasi-Emperor felt as if his life was being taken away and his essence chi was rapidly flowing away. Kill. A combat sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he charged at the Wind Race's Emperor-to-be. Lu Ming, you dare to kill me? The Wind Clan is an ancient clan. The Wind Race's Emperor-to-be roared, but the next moment, the combat sword slashed down and the man's body was split into 2. This person was truly laughable. Previously, he had targeted Lu Ming and wanted to kill him. Now, in the face of Lu Ming's counterattack, he even brought up the Wind Race to threaten Lu Ming. Buzz. After Lu Ming killed the Emperor-to-be of the Wind Race, he did not stop and charged at another giant wolf from the Sirius Tower. It was exactly the same as the Wind Race's Emperor-to-be. They had to resist the power of time with all their might. They were no match for Lu Ming and Bubbles. They did not have the power to fight back and were killed by Lu Ming's sword. As for their storage rings, they were naturally kept by Lu Ming. Not good retreat. And MBSB, the remaining giant wolf, the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race, and the Purple Extreme sect were all terrified as they madly rushed down the mountain. However, Lu Ming's speed was even faster. In a flash, he appeared in front of the Emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race. No, the Golden Crow race's quasi-emperor roared, but as the sword fell, the man was also killed. Following that, Lu Ming charged toward the Emperor-to-be of the Purple Extreme sect and killed this person. After killing so many people, he had finally wasted some time. At this moment, the other giant wolf had already charged down the time mountain. Without the power of time, it would not be so easy to kill him. And MBSB, the giant wolf, ran down the Time God Mountain, trembling in fear. It didn't dare to stay any longer. With a furious roar, it actually shot up into the sky and left. Lu Ming continued to rush towards the peak of the Time Mountain. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool.com. Chapter 1957 Divine Tree in hand. The other emperors-to-be looked at Lu Ming in fear. Lu Ming's attack was too ruthless. He had killed 4 emperor-to-be in an instant with a thunderous blow just now. It sent a chill down everyone's spine. This was the Time Mountain. They were no match for Lu Ming. Some of them did not even dare to move forward and retreated from the Time Mountain. Boom. Boom. On the other 2 sides, the emperors-to-be of the Divine Time Island were bombarding the other 2 ancient altars. However, they couldn't stop the power of time from the altar at all. A few quasi-emperors from the Divine Time Island had died under the power of time. The others all retreated and didn't dare to continue. Damn it! The Sage Master roared in his heart, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Lu Ming did not listen to him, and went to destroy the other 2 altars. If it wasn't for some special reason that he couldn't do it himself, he would have done it himself. Lu Ming and Bubbles kept going up, and they were getting closer to the peak. Lu Ming could already see the Divine Tree of Time at the top of the mountain clearly. The Divine Tree of Time was only a meter tall. Its emerald green leaves glowed with a crystalline light, and 2 milky white fruits hung from its branches. I want it, Chirpy. Bubbles stared at the small tree, his eyes shining and his saliva almost drooling out. However, the closer they got to the peak, the stronger the power of time became. When they were close to the small tree, Lu Ming and Bubbles could feel a terrifying pressure. Lu Ming could feel that the essence energy in his body was slowly flowing away. His smooth skin was also slowly becoming dry and wrinkled. This proved that his lifespan was slowly decreasing. The small tree was less than 100 meters away from them. Continue, Lu Ming shouted. He circulated the chaos law to the extreme, and coincided with the space-time law of Bubbles to resist the power of time together. At the same time, Lu Ming took out the Tai Chi disc array. A Tai Chi pattern was formed and pressed down on the 2 of them. Following that, the Dian elixir furnace also appeared. It floated above the 2 of them and sprinkled down a light screen. As a result, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. They continued to move forward, and the distance between them and the small tree was getting closer and closer. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, and MBSB very quickly, he was only 50 meters away from the tree. The time energy here was shockingly powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that they had destroyed an altar, they definitely wouldn't have been able to make it here. You can't reach the peak, you can't reach the peak. The Sage Master mumbled. He really hoped that Lu Ming would not be able to reach the peak. In that case, Lu Ming had no choice but to come down and destroy one of the other 2 altars. Only then would he be able to obtain the Divine Tree of Time. But he was destined to be disappointed. And MBSB Pow Pow spat out a crystal that gave off a terrifying space-time ripple that blocked the time energy as they continued forward. 40 meters, 30 meters, they continued to approach the small tree and finally came to the side of the time tree. Fruit! Bubbles' eyes glowed as she swallowed one of the milky white fruits in one gulp, showing a look of enjoyment. Then Bubble grabbed the tree with both hands, pulled it down and swallowed it. Detestable. The Sage Master's face darkened when he saw Lu Ming and the rest uprooting the Divine Tree of Time. Let's go, Lu Ming muttered and dashed down the mountain with the Bubbles. It was difficult to go up the mountain but easy to go down the mountain. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning, and he was halfway up the mountain in no time. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the Sage Master. Lu Ming, now that you've obtained the Divine Tree of Time, you should go and destroy the other 2 altars, the Sage Master said. Since you've already obtained the Divine Tree of Time, why do you still want to destroy the other 2 altars? Isn't that unnecessary? Lu Ming asked. Destroying those 2 altars is useful to me. If you help me, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. The Sage Master's face was gloomy. No need, I'll be leaving this world soon. I'm not interested in your thanks. Move. Lu Ming shouted. He wanted to go around the Sage Master and leave this place. Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to. Attack. The Sage Master bellowed. At the same time, he made the first move. His body twisted violently and transformed into a combat sword, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. This was the first time he had seen such a divine power. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and threw a punch. A phantom of the prison-suppressing steel appeared and pressed toward the Sage Master. Boom. The Sage Master was sent flying as he angrily shouted, "Damn the prison-suppressing steel!" At this moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing into his mind and attacking his soul, causing his soul to shake violently. Soul attack. This Sage Master doesn't have a physical body. Lu Ming was shocked. From the exchange of blows earlier, Lu Ming realized that the Sage Master was not a physical body, but a spiritual body. No wonder his body could transform into a sword to attack. However, it was strange that a spirit body would not dissipate after existing for a long time. Moreover, the other party seemed to be very afraid of his prison-defending monument's attack. In Lu Ming's memory, only some demonic creatures and the three-eyed god race would be afraid of the prison-defending monument. Could it be that the Sage Master was a demonic or evil spirit? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Sage Master didn't have good intentions when he asked him to destroy the remaining 2 altars. Buzz. And NBSB whoosh. At this moment, the other emperors-to-be of the Divine Time Island had also arrived. They all launched attacks at Lu Ming. However, Bubbles pressed down with both hands and the void seemed to be frozen. The experts from the Divine Time Island froze for a moment. Lu Ming rushed past them and headed down the mountain. Everyone, Lu Ming has the Divine Tree of Time. Once he consumes it, his lifespan will double, and it even has the effect of breaking through bottlenecks. Are you going to let him have it just like that? The Sage Master roared, his voice reverberating through the entire area. Many emperor-to-be from the outside world stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Lu Ming, let's stop. Let's make a deal. One by one, the emperor-to-be experts charged toward Lu Ming. Their powerful auras exploded, forming a terrifying pressure. There were dozens of emperor-to-be and they were terrifying when they joined forces. Even if Lu Ming and Bubbles joined forces, they were definitely not their match. Furthermore, the other party's saint energy was so dense that even the Bubbles' spacetime power could not pass through. Lu Ming, stay here and destroy the other 2 altars. Behind them, the Sage Master led the people from the Divine Time Island and charged over. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming stomped on the ground heavily, causing it to rumble. His body shot into the sky. Bubble, spacetime tunnel. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Bubbles immediately opened a spacetime tunnel, and Lu Ming rushed over. Not good, stop him. The Sage Master roared. Together with the experts of the Divine Time Island, they used all their strength to attack the spacetime tunnel. At the same time, the emperor-to-be from the outside world also launched an attack on Lu Ming. Dozens of terrifying attacks crushed over, causing the space to shake violently, and a hideous gap appeared. The spacetime tunnel also exploded instantly. Lu Ming and Bubbles were blasted out. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. The terrifying creature under the Divine Mountain, the spacetime tunnel exploded, and Lu Ming and Bubbles were blasted out. However, Lu Ming and Bubbles had escaped some distance through the spacetime tunnel, and had jumped out of the encirclement of the many emperor-to-be. Let's go. Lu Ming and Bubbles sped off into the distance. He planned to head to the residence of the vast C9 nations and bring Wan Tianjiao and the rest away. Damn it, none of you can escape. None of you can escape. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to leave, the Sage Master went crazy and started shouting madly. Boom. As the Sage Master shouted, the Time God Mountain rumbled and shook violently. Break, break, break. The Sage Master roared, his entire body emitting endless black light. The Divine Time Mountain continued to explode and shatter. Then the entire Time God Mountain cracked from the middle. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone could hear the clanging of chains coming from the Time God Mountain. That's... Lu Ming's eyes suddenly focused. This was because he saw a huge and majestic figure in the crack of the Time God Mountain. This figure was in the form of an adult, but it was extremely huge. It was shrouded in a layer of black light, and its specific appearance could not be seen clearly. His 4 limbs and neck were each shackled by a huge iron chain. At this moment, the Sage Master turned into a black light and entered the huge black shadow. Break! The black shadow let out a loud roar, and his voice was actually the same as the Sage Master's. Clang, clang, clang. The chains, the God of Time Mountain, and even the entire god of Time Island were shaking. And NBSB, a terrifying time energy surged out of the massive black shadow, spreading in all directions. All, help. Some of the absolute saints let out shrill cries as the power of time passed through them. The next moment, their bodies withered and turned into skeletons. Even some emperor-to-be were the same. Not good, let's go. Run. The remaining emperor-to-be's expression changed, and they fled frantically. Die, all of you must die. And NBSB break. The massive black figure roared as it began to struggle, sending even more time energy surging outward in waves. No. Some emperors-to-be were rushed by the power of time, and let out roars of unwillingness. In the midst of their roars, they turned into bones. Lu Ming and Bubbles increased their speed to the maximum, and charged towards Ruan Tianjiao and the rest. At that moment, Lu Ming was suddenly enlightened about many things. He finally knew why the Sage Master had told him to destroy those altars. That was because the Sage Master was the massive figure of the Time God Mountain. It was the soul power that had split off from that massive figure. The giant figure was obviously sealed here, and the 3 altars were the key to the seal. The Sage Master had asked Lu Ming to destroy the 3 altars, so that he could free himself. As Lu Ming had destroyed an altar, the power of the seal had weakened. That was why the other party was able to destroy the Divine Mountain, and reveal himself. However, there were still 2 more altars, and the other party might not be able to come out. At this moment, Lu Ming was secretly glad that he did not destroy the 2 altars. Otherwise, they would be in danger when the huge figure appeared. That Sage Master really had a good scheme. It was said that the Divine Light Sacred Island was built by the Sage Master. Every 3 years he would recruit a batch of powerful geniuses to cultivate on the Divine Time Island. Lu Ming suspected that the Sage Master had established the Divine Time Island, gathered the paragons, and nurtured these people. His goal was to wait for these people to become stronger, so that they could destroy the altar. However, an ordinary emperor-to-be would not be able to do so. This time Lu Ming and the rest came to help the other party. Boom. Boom. The fluctuations of the Time God Mountain grew more and more violent as the terrifying power of time burst forth in all directions. The area it covered was getting wider and wider. If this continued, the entire Time God Island would probably be enveloped. Bubble, space-time tunnel. Lu Ming said to Pow Pow. Bubbles nodded. With a wave of her hands, a space-time tunnel appeared. Lu Ming entered the space-time tunnel, and in the next moment, he appeared at Ruan Tianjiao and the rest's residence. At this moment, the quaking of the Time God Mountain had also alarmed the other side. Many figures had gathered together, and looked in the direction of the Time God Mountain in confusion. Lu Ming's sudden appearance by Ruan Tianjiao's side gave them a huge shock. Lu Ming, what's going on? Ruan Tianjiao asked subconsciously. There's no time, I'll take you guys away. Lu Ming took out the mountain and river diagram. A beam of light enveloped Ruan Tianjiao and the rest, and they were kept into the mountain and river diagram. You guys hurry up and escape. Lu Ming shouted at the others. Then he soared into the sky and rushed out of the Divine Time Island. As for the others, they couldn't care so much. Whether they could escape with their lives would depend on their luck. Those people were stunned, not knowing what had happened. I guess this person offended the Sage Master, and is being hunted down. We've come to the Sacred Island with great difficulty. How can we leave just because of his words? The people from Xianling Kingdom snorted coldly. Lu Ming had killed so many of their experts. Why would they believe his words? The people from the other countries nodded, and agreed with what the man from Mysterious Spirit High Land said. They felt that Lu Ming must have offended the Sage Master, and was running for his life. But following that, the rumbling sounds from the depths of the Divine Time Island grew more and more intense. Following that, they saw streaks of light shooting out of the Divine Time Island with astonishing speed. They were all foreign emperors-to-be, and some of them had been able to escape here. It seems like something extraordinary has really happened. Some people's faces were pale. In the next moment, screams rang out from the depths of the Divine Time Island. One figure after another shot up into the sky, wanting to escape. However, an invisible fluctuation spread out, and those people were fixed in the air. Then, Their bodies shriveled up as if time had been deprived of them. The older ones directly decayed. The younger ones also aged in an instant, then rotted and turned into dry bones. Run! These people were finally scared and rushed out like crazy. However, they hadn't flown very far when the terrifying power of time swept over them. Their bodies froze in the air and then rapidly aged, turning into bones that fell to the ground. Even their bones began to rot and turn into powder. At this moment, Bubbles opened up a space-time tunnel once again. The two of them rushed out of the space-time Divine Island's boundary and flew into the distance at top speed. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the temporal island. It was filled with anger and unwillingness. Following that, Lu Ming saw a streak of rainbow light rushing out of the Divine Time Island in a panic and rapidly disappearing into the distance. They were several Emperor-to-be experts. The others who didn't escape were probably dead. Lu Ming sighed and flew to the distance to observe from afar. After that, a few more indignant roars rang out from the Divine Time Island before dying down. It seemed that the huge figure had not escaped. However, in the entire temporal Divine Island, other than those who had managed to escape, no one else had managed to escape. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool.com. Chapter 1959 Law Light. What is that figure on the Time God Mountain? It's that terrifying? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. The giant figure was too terrifying. Its strength was unfathomable, even more terrifying than a true emperor. Could it be that the celestial Thearch has suppressed them here? Lu Ming thought about it carefully and felt that it was very likely. The world here was originally suppressed by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It only appeared when the two great sovereigns fought and the Heavenly Emperor Mountain exploded. It was very likely that he was a powerful existence suppressed by the celestial Thearch. Then Lu Ming shook his head, turned into a ray of light, and left the place. That kind of powerful existence was not something he could interfere with, so there was no point in thinking too much. Lu Ming headed in the direction of the vast C9 nations. A few days later, he brought Ruan Tianjiao and the rest back to the Mingyan country. Heavenly Flood Dragon am leaving. In the palace of Mingyan country, Ruan Tianjiao's delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyes were a little complicated. Although she knew that Lu Ming would leave sooner or later because they were not from the same world, she did not expect that day to come so quickly. In the end, he's just a passerby in the Mingyan country. Ruan Tianjiao sighed in his heart and collected his thoughts. He revealed a smile on his face and asked, "Where are you going? Are we going back to outer space? Do you know that there are other worlds apart from the 10,000 sea realm?" Lu Ming shook his head. Ruan Tianjiao thought for a moment. There are legends. It's said that there are 9 worlds similar to the 10,000 sea realm. They are all connected. Only Saint Emperors can travel there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that Ruan Tianjiao was talking about the world of the lotus flower. In the world of the lotus, 9 petals were 9 worlds. Do you know where the passageway is? Lu Ming continued to ask. Legend has it that in the far west of the 10,000 sea realm, there is a void passage that leads to other worlds. Yuan Tianjiao said. The far west. Lu Ming nodded. A storage ring appeared in his hand, and he passed it to Ruan Tianjiao. Heavenly Flood Dragon. There are some saint herbs, saint weapons, battle formations, and cultivation techniques in here. Keep them. They will be helpful to the Mingyan country. Ruan Tianjiao cast a complicated look at Lu Ming, then took the storage ring and said, Lu Ming, take care. Take care. We'll meet again if we're fated. Lu Ming cupped his fists, then soared into the sky and disappeared from Ruan Tianjiao's sight. One wonder if we will meet again in this life after we part today. A long sigh was heard. Lu Ming was extremely fast. Like a flash of light, he flew toward the far west of the 10,000 sea realm. The endless ocean and the islands flitted past Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current speed, if he used his full strength, it would be terrifying. He was much faster than the space-breaking flying shuttle, that was 20 times faster. After a few days, the ocean became more and more desolate. There were no more islands to be seen, only the endless ocean. After 2 more days, a loud rumbling sound came from afar. Lu Ming discovered that the void in the distance was in chaos. It was as if a huge abyss had appeared out of thin air and divided the sky into two. It was the endless void turbulence. Lu Ming approached, and a powerful force hit him. It was the power of the void. If one's cultivation was not high enough, they would be crushed into pieces by the power of the void. However, to Lu Ming, it did not affect him much. Chirping bubbles cried out. His body moved, and he charged into the chaotic space currents like a fish in water. Lu Ming smiled and stepped in as well. Chi chi chi. The void turbulence was everywhere, and it kept rushing towards Lu Ming, forming a terrifying cutting force. Lu Ming circulated the chaos laws throughout his body to resist the cutting power of the void. The laws of chaos trembled slightly. I'm afraid ordinary absolute saints won't be able to resist it after a long time. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming and Bubbles continued to move forward. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a huge vortex floating in the void. The vortex was like a black hole, deep, mysterious, and terrifying. Even from a distance, one could feel the terrifying tearing force of the vortex. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. It seemed that the void turbulence was not completely free of danger. This kind of pitch-black vortex was very terrifying. It would be very dangerous if one were to enter by mistake. Moreover, the vortex was constantly moving. Following that, Lu Ming continued to move forward. He would discover a pitch-black vortex every once in a while. The void turbulence here was very long. After a day, Lu Ming and the rest still had not passed through. Brother Lu Ming, Bubbles is going to cultivate. Bubbles seemed to have understood something and said to Lu Ming, "You can continue your cultivation." Lu Ming said. Bubble nodded and sat cross-legged in the middle of the turbulent void. The power of the turbulent void flow acted on Bubbles' body and passed through it, as though she was not in this dimension. Lu Ming stood not far away from the bubble, shrouded in the laws of chaos. While Bubbles was cultivating, he could also make use of the power of the void turbulence to temper his chaos laws. Time passed day by day. 7 days later, Bubbles' body suddenly emitted a ray of light. The light was very faint at first, but slowly, it became more and more intense and dazzling. This is space-time light. Lu Ming widened his eyes and was overjoyed. Anyone who cultivated a powerful law might be able to cultivate a type of law light. For example, the stellar river had produced the eternal light. Lu Ming had a deep memory of the power of the eternal light in the galaxy. Not only did the eternal light have terrifying offensive power, but it also had powerful defensive abilities. It could be used to attack and defend, and it could greatly increase one's combat power. But to want to cultivate this kind of law light, it was extremely, extremely difficult. In theory, the 10 ultimate laws and mini-king path laws all had the opportunity to cultivate the light of law. However, in reality, only a small number of people were able to cultivate it. The Son of Heaven who had comprehended the 10 ultimate laws had a higher chance of cultivating it, but it was not 100%. For example, Eternal Star River only managed to cultivate eternal light after reaching the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint stage. Back then, the Death Blade had not been able to cultivate the light of death. Lu Ming did not cultivate the light of chaos. As for the King Path laws, it was even more difficult to cultivate the light of laws. Only an extremely small number of king physiques could cultivate it. Once it was cultivated, one's combat strength would skyrocket, and one would be able to suppress heaven's favorites of the same level. Now that Bubbles had cultivated the space-time light, Lu Ming was naturally happy. Lu Ming guessed that Bubbles had swallowed a fruit from the divine tree of time. In addition to the void turbulence here, they had combined and gained some insights before they refined the light of time and space. At this moment, the space-time light was retracted. The bubble ended its cultivation and jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder. Bubble's cultivation was still at the late-stage Absolute Saint realm, but her battle power was probably stronger than before. Now, even if Lu Ming were to go all out, it would be difficult to defeat Bubbles. Lu Ming smiled and continued to move forward. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool.com. Intense battle in the chaotic space basin LN the void turbulence. Lu Ming would be fine as long as he avoided the black vortex. After walking for a while, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and stopped. That was because many figures had appeared in front of him. At a glance, there were about a dozen of them. However, the turbulent void currents blocked his vision, and Lu Ming could not see the specific appearance of the people. Obviously, the other party had also discovered him. The figure of the other party paused for a moment, then continued to step forward. Not long after, the dozen or so figures in front of him became clear. Luo Pokong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Among the dozen or so people, he saw Luo Pokong's figure. In addition, there was another familiar face, Wu Fengchen of the Wind Race. At the same time, Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen also saw him. Luo Pokong was stunned at first, but his opponent One's eyes lit up and emitted a cold killing intent. He shouted, "Lu Ming, it's actually you. Don't let him go, surround him." Buzz. And MBSB whoosh. Figures flickered around Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen, surrounding Lu Ming. Powerful auras were locked onto Lu Ming. Emperors-to-be were all experts in the Emperor-to-be realm. Obviously, only those like Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen who had monarch weapons to protect their bodies could step into the void turbulence. They were obviously the Emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect and the Wind Race. Hahaha, Lu Ming, one didn't expect to meet you here. This void turbulence shall be your burial ground. Luo Pokong laughed arrogantly. He had been defeated by Lu Ming several times and could not wait to kill Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying, and he had too many heaven's favorites around him. Even Luo Tsongqiang was defeated by Lu Ming. Even the Eternal Star River had failed to kill Lu Ming. He had no chance at all in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, there were more than a dozen Emperor-to-be experts beside him and Feng Wuchen. Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming frowned. Even if he and Bubbles joined forces, they might not be able to defeat more than 10 Emperor-to-be. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly moved. He had the upper hand by striking first. Together with Bubbles, he charged towards the right. Bubbles waved her hand and two transparent bubbles enveloped the two Emperor-to-be in front of her. Then Lu Ming pointed two fingers and the chaotic finger of calamity exploded, bombarding the two Emperor-to-be. Although the two Emperors-to-be tried their best to resist, they were still severely injured. Their bodies were sent flying like cannonballs and almost exploded. The two Emperor-to-be were blasted away, and there was a hole in the encirclement. Lu Ming continued to flash forward. However, at this moment, a figure caught up with Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. His iron fist was like a mountain as it smashed toward Lu Ming. The iron fist struck out, and the turbulent flow of the void was scattered, revealing a vacuum tunnel. Lu Ming's expression changed. What a terrifying punch. The prison-suppressing heaven art. At the critical moment, Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art, and threw a punch as well. Boom. When the two fists collided, Lu Ming felt an extremely terrifying force surge towards him. Lu Ming felt his arms go numb, and he could not help but retreat. This person is so strong. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. This brawny man's combat strength was extremely shocking, far beyond the other Emperor-to-be. This person's spiritual body is extraordinary. It's a high-grade heaven spiritual body. Lu Ming had a thought. Of course, there were strong and weak Emperor-to-be combat strength. Lu Ming was not afraid of those who broke through to the Emperor-to-be realm with their earth spiritual body. He could even defeat and kill them. However, if a heavenly spirit body broke through to the Emperor-to-be realm, his combat strength would undoubtedly be much stronger. The brawny man in front of him had broken through to the Emperor-to-be realm with a superior heavenly spirit body. Such a person was already a top talent when he was young. He was only slightly weaker than the body of a king, but his combat strength was extremely shocking. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was no match for him. Boom. The man took another step forward and charged at Lu Ming. Chirping. Bubbles waved his hands and endless void turbulence gushed towards this person. However, this person's battle prowess was indeed shocking. His fists were like mountains as he continuously punched out, breaking apart the chaotic currents in the void. Bubble, don't fight this person head-on. Go the other way. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. The two of them moved and rushed to the other side. At this moment, The other emperor-to-be also launched an attack on Lu Ming and the others. More than a dozen terrifying divine abilities drove the void turbulence and drowned Lu Ming and the others. Space-time light appeared on Bubbles' body. He waved his hands and space-time turbulence rolled back towards his opponent, causing a continuous rumbling sound. Lu Ming moved and rushed to an emperor-to-be. He pressed his hands together and 9 illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared and pressed down on the man. The man let out a long howl and tried his best to resist, but he was still forced to retreat. Following that, countless runes appeared on Lu Ming's left hand. He cast a sealing force and sealed the man while he pointed with all his might with his right hand. And NBSB, a chaos finger of tribulation, shot toward this person. Kill. At this moment, the others, including the emperor-to-be with the superior class heavenly spirit body, also launched an attack on Lu Ming and the rest. Brother Lu Ming, leave it to me, chirpy. Bubbles rushed out and spurted out with her small mouth. More than 10 transparent bubbles appeared, and covered more than 10 emperor-to-be experts. More than a dozen emperor-to-be froze at the same time. Then they burst out their strength and hit the transparent bubble. As for the brawny man, his combat strength was indeed astonishing. After a few consecutive punches, he shattered the transparent bubble. However, this delay had given Lu Ming enough time. That emperor-to-be was sealed by Lu Ming's sealing power. Then the chaotic finger of tribulation fell. The emperor-to-be screamed in pain and half of his body exploded. Buzz. However, Lu Ming did not give him any chance to react. The Tai Chi formation disc flew out from between his brows, and 2 yin-yang fish swords shot out rapidly, slashing down and killing the man. Damn it, a bunch of trash! Luo Pokong roared from afar. More than a dozen emperor-to-be surrounded Lu Ming and his companion. Lu Ming had actually killed one of them. This was a disgrace. Use the sovereign weapon to stop this little girl. Leave Lu Ming to me, he ordered. The middle-aged man shouted. I'll do it. An emperor-to-be from the wind race waved his hand, and a small pagoda appeared. It then grew rapidly like a mountain and endless gales whistled. Like a cage, it enveloped the bubble. At the same time, the middle-aged brawny man charged at Lu Ming with all his might. His fist force was terrifying. Every punch caused the void to shake violently. Lu Ming pointed a few times, but the chaos finger of tribulation was also defeated after colliding with the other party. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. On the other side, Paoba was dashing left and right to avoid the giant pagoda. However, there were too many emperor-to-be on the other side. There were more than 10 of them. They locked onto all directions and kept launching attacks. They blocked Bubbles' escape route in a brutal and direct way. There were even 2 of them who took out their monarch weapons and blocked Bubbles' path of retreat. For a moment, the bubble was trapped and it was difficult for it to help Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming controlled the Tai Chi disc array and pressed it down on the middle-aged man. At the same time, the Dian elixir furnace appeared and enlarged rapidly, smashing toward the man. I have a monarch weapon too, the middle-aged man said coldly. A giant hammer appeared in his hand, and he swung it at the Tai Chi formation disc and the Da Yin elixir furnace. Qiu is seriously injured. Clang. The Tai Chi formation disc was sent flying back. Then, the giant hammer hit the Da Yin elixir furnace. The Da Yin elixir furnace trembled, and was also sent flying back. Men, help me kill Lu Ming. The middle-aged man shouted. 2 emperor-to-be rushed toward Lu Ming to cooperate with the middle-aged man. With the cooperation of the 2 emperor-to-be, the middle-aged man was even more unscrupulous. The giant hammer was the size of a house and it kept smashing toward Lu Ming with an amazing momentum. Thump. Thump. Lu Ming blocked it with the Dian elixir furnace, which kept retreating. And NBSB hoo-hoo. At this moment, a terrifying whistling sound came from behind Lu Ming. A huge, pitch-black vortex was slowly moving toward him. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're dead. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. Even the heavens wanted Lu Ming to die. At this moment, a black vortex moved over, leaving Lu Ming no room to retreat. Chirping. Bubbles shouted and wanted to help, but the 3 monarch weapons had locked down 3 directions. The other quasi-sages were bombarding her. Although Bubbles' space-time law was profound, The opponent was using a brutal method to disrupt the void. Bubbles could only protect herself and couldn't help. At that moment, a pair of cold eyes were staring at Lu Ming from behind the black vortex. This man was actually Luo Tsangqiong. In fact, Luo Tsangqiong was with Luo Pokong and the others. It was just that he had been cultivating alone in the void before. So Lu Ming did not notice him. He heard the commotion and rushed over. He did not expect to see Lu Ming. And NBSB he hid behind the pitch-black vortex and used the law of deprivation to condense the divine imprint of deprivation, constantly draining the energy in the air. The more time passed, the more energy was stripped away, and the more powerful the power of the divine seal would be. By now, the power of the divine seal had reached a terrifying level. Even Luo Tsangqiong himself was shocked. Lu Ming, I'll use this move to send you on your way. Luo Kangqiang's eyes flashed with ferocity. When he saw an opening when Lu Ming was suppressed by the middle-aged man and the two emperor-to-be, Luo Tsangqiong did not hesitate to flash out. The divine seal of deprivation flew out rapidly and pressed down on Lu Ming. Luo Tsangqiong. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The power of the deprivation divine seal was too shocking. It even surpassed the middle-aged man's attack by a large margin. At this time, Lu Ming was resisting the attacks of the middle-aged man and the other two emperor-to-be with all his might. He did not expect that Luo Tsangqiong would suddenly attack from behind the vortex. It was too late for him to dodge. Qiuyu had first entered Yellow Rock World. After exploring a few of the ruins of this world, she also came to the edge of Yellow Rock World and entered the void turbulence, wanting to head to another world to explore. She cultivated in the void turbulence as she walked. After walking for a few days, she suddenly heard a violent boom from ahead. Qiuyu retracted her aura and walked forward. She saw Lu Ming fighting with someone. Just as she was about to help, she saw that Luo Tsangqiong had suddenly attacked Lu Ming. At this moment, Qiuyu pounced forward without any hesitation. "Young master, be careful." A crisp sound rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then he saw a white figure rushing from the side at high speed toward the divine seal of deprivation. "Qiuyu." Lu Ming's heart trembled. Then he heard a loud boom. Qiuyu's body flew towards Lu Ming. In the air, her blood was red, like a beautiful blood-colored rose. "Qiuyu." At this moment, Lu Ming roared loudly, his eyes red. Luo Kangqiang's move was too powerful. Lu Ming knew very well that Qiuyu would not be able to withstand it. Lu Ming let out a long roar and controlled the Dian elixir furnace with all his might to block the attacks of the middle-aged man and the two emperor-to-be. He moved his body and caught Qiuyu. At this moment, Qiuyu's face was as white as snow. Blood was flowing out of her mouth, and she was extremely weak. It was like a weak candle that could be extinguished at any moment. "Qiuyu, it's you. How is that possible?" Luo Tsangqiong roared in disbelief. Why did Qiuyu suddenly appear and block his sure-kill move? He was stunned for a moment and forgot to attack. The middle-aged man also knew that Luo Tsangqiong had been pursuing Qiuyu. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but stop. "Qiuyu, why are you so stupid? Why did you block for me?" Lu Ming hugged Qiuyu, his heart trembling. With his cultivation and the strength of his body, even if he were to take a blow head-on, he would at most be heavily injured and might not die. However, it was a different story for Qiuyu. Young master. Young master, I've said before that I'll always be by your side." Qiuyu spoke, but her voice was weak. Her aura was also getting weaker. Lu Ming held Qiuyu's hand and saint energy flowed into her body continuously, protecting her heart. However, it was still useless. Qiuyu's breath became weaker and weaker, and her eyes slowly closed. "Lu Ming, hand Qiuyu over to me. Even if she dies, she'll still be mine," Luo Tsangqiong said coldly. "Luo Tsangqiong." At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Luo Tsangqiong with bloodshot eyes. His body was filled with an extremely cold killing intent, like a demon from the 9 netherworlds purgatory. 111 definitely kill you, and 111 flatten the Daoyuo heaven sex sooner or later, Lu Ming said in a cold and emotionless voice. Luo Tsangqiong felt a chill run down his spine when Lu Ming stared at him coldly. He roared, "If you still want to kill me, then I'll let you both die here today as a pair of mandarin ducks sharing the same fate." Boom. A terrifying aura burst out of Luo Kangqiang's body, and a monarch weapon appeared. Luo Tsangqiang was the grandson of the great sovereign, and the monarch weapon he had was given by the great sovereign. It was extremely terrifying. Let's attack together and kill them. Luo Tsangqiang roared. The sovereign weapon carried a terrifying power and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the middle-aged man made his move. His giant hammer broke through the air and headed for Lu Ming. Luo Tsangqiang, I will definitely kill you in the future. Lu Ming said coldly. With a single thought, the Dian elixir furnace did not protect him but blasted towards the bubble. As for himself, he recalled Qiuyu into the mountain and river diagram with a thought. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Tai Chi formation disc and the chaos gem to block in front of him. He retreated quickly and rushed toward the black vortex. Boom! Boom! The Tai Chi formation plate was sent flying back by the middle-aged man while the rock of chaos flew toward Lu Ming after being hit by Luo Kangqiang's monarch weapon. The terrifying power increased Lu Ming's speed, and he flew directly into the black vortex. At once, an extremely powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. His figure disappeared into the vortex. On the other side, the Da Yin elixir furnace smashed down and sent one of the monarch weapons that trapped Bubbles flying. In a flash, Bubbles charged out of the encirclement and into the pitch-black vortex. Stop that pill furnace! Someone shouted and wanted to stop the Great Yin elixir furnace. However, the Great Yin elixir furnace had long recognized Lu Ming as its master, and was very intelligent. It blew away a few emperor-to-be and rushed into the dark vortex, disappearing. In the void storm, damn it! Luo Tsangqiang roared with cold killing intent. Lu Ming is dead for sure after entering this black vortex. Luo Pokong said with a cold smile as he stepped on air. That's right, he's dead. The other emperors-to-be also smiled. There was a terrifying destructive power in the black vortex. They were all shocked. Lu Ming would definitely die if he entered. Not necessarily. Luo Kangqiang's expression was very cold. Lu Ming is very terrifying and unpredictable. Moreover, there's another person who understands the law of time and space going in with him. He might not die. These words caused the hearts of the others to tremble. Indeed, Lu Ming was very terrifying to begin with. In addition, he had a person who knew the space-time law. Even if he entered the pitch-black vortex, he might not be in any trouble. In that case, Lu Ming was the one who took the initiative to go in just now. Everyone's expression was ugly, but they had no confidence in going in to pursue. After all, the danger was unpredictable. Lu Ming, even if he doesn't die, I'll kill him sooner or later. Luo Tsangqiang snorted coldly. They did not leave, but guarded the place in case Lu Ming came out. They had guessed correctly. Lu Ming had indeed entered the dark vortex on his own accord. It wasn't that he didn't dare to fight. He still had a trump card. However, he was worried about Qiuyu's safety. Qiuyu's injuries were too severe. She had to be treated as soon as possible, or she would be in real danger. As soon as Lu Ming entered the pitch-black vortex, a terrifying destructive cutting force surged towards him from all directions. Lu Ming circulated his holy power and controlled the chaos laws at the same time, covering his entire body to resist the attack. Zing! The cutting force kept hitting Lu Ming's body, causing the chaos laws to tremble, as if they were about to collapse. This cutting power is indeed amazing. Lu Ming circulated the chaos laws at full force to resist. At the same time, there was a void storm in the black vortex, pushing Lu Ming aimlessly into the distance. Whoosh! Not long after, there was a flash of light and Bubbles appeared beside Lu Ming. Bubbles controlled space-time, and had already cultivated the space-time light. The void storm could not do anything to her. Bubbles appeared beside Lu Ming. They set up space-time laws around them, blocking the void storm outside. Buzz! The next moment, the Dian elixir furnace flew over, and was put away by Lu Ming. Qiuyu. Lu Ming was thinking about Qiuyu. With a thought, Qiuyu came out of the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, Qiuyu was unconscious and her breathing was weak. Luo Kangqiang's attack was too powerful. He had hidden at the side and used the law of deprivation to deprive the outside world of energy. He had accumulated a terrifying amount of power, and had intended to kill Lu Ming in one blow. In a hurry, Qiuyu only wanted to block that move for Lu Ming. She was too seriously injured. Damn it! Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He could not wait to crush Luo Kangqiang's bones and scatter his ashes. Qiuyu, I won't let anything happen to you. Lu Ming muttered and took out a healing pill. He melted the pill with his holy power, and fused it into Qiuyu's body. However, Qiuyu's injuries were still not getting better. Brother Lu Ming, try the fruit of the divine tree of time. The bubble opened its mouth and the divine tree of time appeared. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The divine tree of time originally had 2 milky white fruits. Bubble had swallowed one and there was still one left. Since the divine tree of time could double a martialist's longevity, it was actually equivalent to increasing their vitality. This meant that the fruit of the divine tree of time contained powerful vitality. This fruit might be able to save Qiuyu. Lu Ming plucked the fruit and refined it into Qiuyu's body with holy power. As expected, the fruit of the divine time tree contained boundless vitality that seeped into Qiuyu's limbs and bones. The injuries on her body were rapidly recovering, and her aura had also stabilized. However, he did not wake up. Brother Lu Ming, it seems like Sister Qiya's injuries are too severe. Just a fruit of the divine tree of time is not enough to wake her up. Pao Pao sized up Qiuyu before saying. Lu Ming circulated his saint energy throughout Qiuyu's body. After a while he sighed. Even though Qiuyu's life force had stabilized, it was just as Bubbles had said. It was not easy to wake her up. Lu Ming caressed Qiuyu's face, and wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth. He said softly, Qiuyu, no matter what, I won't let anything happen to you. I won't let go of Luo Zhangqiang and the Daoyuo Heaven sect. At the end of his sentence, Lu Ming's voice turned cold, and a cold killing intent burst forth. It had been far too dangerous this time. Fortunately, he had the fruit of the divine tree of time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. If anything happened to Qiuyu, Lu Ming would never be at ease. Qiuyu was still the same as before. She did not say much and did not have many requests. She only stayed by Lu Ming's side silently, and was willing to give up everything for him, including her life. Lu Ming held Qiuyu's small hand as he recalled the scenes of their childhood. After a long time, Lu Ming sent Qiuyu back into the mountain and river diagram, and placed her under the path understanding ancient tree, hoping that it would be of help to her. At this moment, Lu Ming took a look at his surroundings. They were still in the chaotic void storm. The bubble enveloped the surroundings with space-time laws and broke through the void storm. Bubble, how do we get out? Lu Ming asked. In the aspect of space, nature bubbles were more skilled. Brother Lu Ming, with my current cultivation, I can't force my way out of this space. I need to wait. I need to find a weak point in the space and rush out in one fell swoop. Bubbles explained. And Lu Ming nodded. They continued to wait while observing their surroundings, looking for an opportunity. As time passed, Bubbles' power grew weaker and weaker. If this continued, they would be in danger when Bubbles' power was exhausted. I don't even know where they're floating to, Lu Ming pondered. It was very dangerous to drift in the void like this. It would be fine if he drifted to other worlds. However, if he drifted to the void of eternal nothingness, he would die without the cultivation of a martial supreme. Brother Lu Ming, I got it. Look over there. Bubbles suddenly pointed to the right. Lu Ming looked over and saw that there were some fluctuations in the void. Let's attack with all our might and break out. Chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out as he controlled the laws of time to change direction and fly towards the source of the fluctuation. Chaos finger. Lu Ming used all his strength and pointed his finger. Now Lu Ming's chaos finger of tribulation had reached 94% completion. The power of a full force point was astonishing. At the same time, the bubbles cooperated with Lu Ming to bombard the void. Boom. The void trembled violently. Then, there was a hiss and a crack appeared. Lu Ming was overjoyed and he rushed over with the bubble. As soon as he rushed through the crack, Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a cave. Roar. A loud roar came from behind Lu Ming. The stench assailed his nostrils, and it was accompanied by a scorching aura. In front of Lu Ming, There was a burly man who looked at Lu Ming and Bubbles with a dumbfounded expression. The myriad beast realm. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area, and he saw a fiery red giant lizard behind him. It was staring at Lu Ming with wide eyes. In front of him was the middle-aged burly man. He was also looking at Lu Ming in shock. The man and the giant lizard exuded a powerful aura. They were both emperor-to-be existences. Through the traces at the scene, Lu Ming understood. The battle between the middle-aged man and the giant lizard must have caused a spatial fluctuation, causing the space to become fragile. They must have found out about it and attacked with all their might. With their cooperation, they pierced through the space and appeared here. Roar! At this moment, the giant lizard roared angrily, treating Lu Ming as the burly man's ally. It took a step forward and flames burst out of its body. It spat out a fireball at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and the illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, destroying the giant lizard's fireball. Bang! Bang! The giant lizard stomped on the ground and the cave rumbled as it pounced toward Lu Ming. The sharp claws tore through the air, as sharp as divine blades. At the same time, it bit at Lu Ming with its fangs. "You're looking for death." Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He was already filled with anger. The moment the giant lizard appeared, it charged at him. This made Lu Ming even angrier. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's saint energy boiled as he threw a few punches at the giant lizard. Although the giant lizard had the combat strength of an emperor-to-be, it was still no match for Lu Ming in a head-on collision. It was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's attacks. Bang! Lu Ming leaped high and looked down from above. He punched the giant lizard's head, causing it to crash heavily onto the ground. Roar! The giant lizard's head hit the ground, and it let out a loud roar. Its scaly tail whipped at Lu Ming like an iron whip. Lu Ming grabbed the giant lizard's tail, lifted it up, and threw it towards the entrance of the cave. Buzz! The giant lizard was thrown out of the cave by Lu Ming. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar came from outside the cave. This roar did not come from the giant lizard, but from below the cave. The roar was so powerful that Lu Ming's eardrums vibrated, as if there was a supreme demon there. Then, Lu Ming saw the giant lizard let out a terrified roar, and its body fell rapidly, as if it was attracted by some force. Roar! Roar! Then the earth-shaking roars continued to ring out. A terrifying sound wave reverberated in the area. The middle-aged burly man's expression was grave. He kept his distance from Lu Ming, not daring to go out at all. "Senior, what's that outside?" Lu Ming asked. "I don't know." The middle-aged man shook his head. "Where is this place?" Lu Ming asked again. "The myriad beast realm," the middle-aged man said. He sized Lu Ming up and said, "You should be the son of chaos of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, right?" Oh, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that they were still in one of the 9 worlds of the world of the lotus flower. They had not gone too far. At this moment, the roars outside stopped. Lu Ming was about to ask again when the middle-aged man rushed out of the cave and disappeared. Lu Ming was speechless. He followed them to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. His eyes widened involuntarily. The scene outside was extremely magnificent. The place he was in looked like the crater of a volcano, or a huge cave that led underground. He was standing on one of the walls of the cave. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding walls of the cave were densely packed with caves. In the middle of the cave, there were stone bridges that were connected to each other. The cave went all the way down, and it was dark down there. The roar just now had come from below. Lu Ming saw the middle-aged burly man leap onto a stone bridge and rush into a cave diagonally opposite him, disappearing. Lu Ming looked around again and realized that there were indeed figures flickering in some caves. Could it be that this place is a historical site of the myriad beast realm, and many outsiders are exploring here? Lu Ming pondered. He saw some figures flickering out of some caves. They seemed to be very cautious. They landed on the stone bridges and waited cautiously for a moment. Then, they jumped down to the stone bridge below. Just like that, they continued to go down and explore the caves below. Roar! At this moment, another earth-shattering roar sounded from the depths of the cave. Along with the roar, A terrifying suction force came from the depths of the cave, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Ah! A terrified scream was heard. Lu Ming saw an absolute saint powerhouse who happened to be in the air, and did not land on the stone bridge. Instead, he was swallowed by the force and disappeared into the endless abyss. Lu Ming gasped. What was down there? Even an absolute saint could not resist it. The giant lizard from before was also devoured by the force. However, Lu Ming realized that those who landed on the stone bridge were fine. It was as if the stone bridge could block the devouring power. No wonder those people were so careful when they jumped on the stone bridge. This place is full of danger. Lu Ming muttered and looked around. He realized that the cave he was in had no other exit. The only way out was the cave in front of him. Let's rest here for a while, Bubble. You should recover first, Lu Ming said to Pow Pow. Previously in the Void Storm, Bubble had circulated her space-time laws to resist, and had expended a lot of energy. This was a good opportunity for her to recuperate and rest. Okay, brother Lu Ming, chirp chirp. Pow Pow nodded and took out a large number of origin stones and saint herbs to start recovering. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged, devouring the rough stone to regulate his breathing. Not long after, Lu Ming's condition had returned to its peak. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Stone of Chaos appeared in his hand. Previously, Lu Ming had used the Rock of Chaos to block the blow from Luo Kangqiang's sovereign weapon. At that time, Lu Ming had heard an obscure sound, which seemed to be the sound of the Rock of Chaos cracking. Lu Ming took it out and examined it. Indeed, there was a crack on the Rock of Chaos. The Rock of Chaos is indestructible, but it was actually cracked. That Luo Kangqiang's monarch weapon is really powerful. Lu Ming had a thought and then thought that since the Chaos Gem had cracked, he might as well break it open and take a look. Immediately, Lu Ming circulated all the energy in his body, grabbed the Chaos Gem, and tried to break it. Gotcha! The Rock of Chaos produced an even louder sound, and the crack became even bigger. As expected, it can be pried open. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If not for the crack that had appeared on the Rock of Chaos, it would not have been able to be opened. Lu Ming continued to exert force. A moment later, the Rock of Chaos was completely broken into two halves. Ding, 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 ding. Inside the Rock of Chaos, there were two small crystals that fell to the ground. This is Chaos Crystal. Lu Ming's eyes lit up at the sight of the two crystals. Refining the light of chaos, he pried open the Chaos Gem, and two Chaos Crystals fell out. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was because Chaos Crystals were formed by the condensation of Chaos Chi. During the auction, the other party had said that there was no Chaos Chi left in the Chaos Gem, which was why the price had been so low. However, no one had expected that the Chaos Gems contained Chaos Chi. Instead, all the Chaos Chi had gathered together and turned into Chaos Crystals. Chaos Crystals were nearly fused with Chaos Gems, so it was impossible to discover them without cracking the Chaos Gems. I've really earned a lot. Lu Ming checked carefully, and confirmed that there were only two Chaos Crystals in the Chaos Gem. Lu Ming immediately controlled the Chaos Laws, and enveloped the two Chaos Crystals. Buzz. Buzz. When the laws of chaos enveloped the Chaos Crystals, the two Chaos Crystals trembled slightly and floated in the air with the laws of chaos. Then, the two Chaos Crystals melted like ice and turned into liquid. Finally, they turned into two streams of air. Chaoshi. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Back then, he had fused a stream of Chaos Chi into his body. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that these two streams of Chi were also Chaos Chi. Then he'll refine two more. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. With a thought, he controlled the Chaos Laws and guided the Chaos Chi into his body. Lu Ming's physical body had already refined a stream of Chaos Chi. It was very compatible with the Chaos Chi, and there was no difficulty in refining it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Pow Pow had already recovered. She stayed at the entrance of the cave to protect Lu Ming. In the past few days, terrifying roars would ring out from the depths of the cave from time to time, accompanied by the sound of iron chains clashing. It was as if a supreme great demon was locked down below, and was struggling to escape. Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to all of this. He was focused on refining the chaos qi. In 3 days, the 2 wisps of chaos qi had been completely refined into Lu Ming's body. They seeped into his muscles, bones, blood, and permeated every part of his body. The strength of Lu Ming's physical body had greatly improved, and was even more tyrannical. His body seemed to have a layer of hazy light. With a thought, it would become as heavy as a mountain, indestructible and firm. Buzz. At that moment, his body seemed to resonate with the laws of chaos. When a warrior reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, he would be able to infuse his body with the laws. The laws would be highly compatible with his body. The laws would be contained in his body, which would increase the strength of his body. At this moment, the chaos laws were constantly surging into Lu Ming's body. His body was numb, as if a terrifying power was about to be born. Buzz. Not long after, a ray of light emerged from Lu Ming's body. Light of chaos. Chirp chirp. At the side, Pow Pow blinked her large eyes, revealing a look of joy. Lu Ming was refining 2 wisps of chaotic qi. In addition to the previous one, he had 3 wisps of chaotic qi in total, which greatly strengthened his spirit body. He also took advantage of the momentum and resonated with the laws of chaos, refining the light of chaos in one fell swoop. The light of chaos was faint at first, but as time passed, its color became darker and darker. Finally, it turned into a ray of light of chaotic colors that surrounded Lu Ming. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes and the light of chaos was retracted into his body. My Boda's strength has increased by another level. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and his eyes flashed. He had not expected that the chaos gem he had bought unintentionally back then would actually allow him to refine the light of chaos. It was truly a great opportunity. If he did not have the 2 strands of chaotic qi, he did not know when he would be able to refine the chaotic light. This time, although his cultivation did not advance, his combat strength had soared. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar sounded outside the cave. Gusts of strong wind whistled out from the depths of the cave. Clang clang clang. At the same time, there was the sound of iron chains colliding. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. He could not help but think of the Divine Time Island. On the Divine Time Island, there was also a gigantic living being sealed within. It was chained up and was incomparably powerful and unfathomable. The clanking of chains could be heard from this place as well. Could it be that there was a supreme expert sealed beneath the cavern, just like the Divine Time Island? The voice roared for a while before it stopped. Lu Ming and Bubbles walked to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. They saw some figures leaping out of the caves and onto the stone bridges. With the help of the stone bridges, they went down. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar from the bottom of the cave. At the same time, a dazzling light burst out and shot into the sky. There were people fighting in the cave. Lu Ming could not help but channel the holy power into his eyes. His vision instantly improved, and he looked down into the cave. This way, the scenery at the bottom of the cave became clear. At the bottom of the cave, there was a huge platform. In the middle of the platform, there was a palace. Around the platform, there were 4 stone bridges that were connected to the walls of the cave. At this moment, there was a group of people fighting on the platform. Phoenix Spirit Longchen. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and a murderous intent flashed in them. At that moment, Huangling, Longchen and a few elders, who should be emperor-to-be experts of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect, were being besieged by a group of people. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that they were from the Hung family, because they used the Eternal Spring Law. At this moment, Fengling, Longchen, and the others were in danger. They were surrounded by the other party. There were more people on the other side, and they were all emperor-to-be, 6 of them. On the other hand, there were only 3 emperors-to-be in Huangling's group. There was still a gap between Huangling and Longchen's combat strength, and an emperor-to-be. Kill these 3 old guys first. Leave the 2 younger ones behind. These 2 have a close relationship with Lu Ming. Leave them behind and ask Lu Ming to exchange the celestial Thearch sword for them. He ordered. One of the Hung family members said coldly. Their attacks were like a storm, heading toward the 3 emperor-to-be from Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect. As for Fengling and Longchen, they only had to restrain them. A burly elder of the Divine Elephant sect had his dantian pierced through by a sword from an emperor-to-be of the Hung family. The elder roared and fought back with all his might, striking his opponent with a palm. However, the opponent quickly retreated after being stabbed. The burly elder of the Divine Elephant sect's final counterattack, before his death, only slightly injured him, not seriously injuring him. Long Chun, you guys must get out of here. Die. The tall and sturdy elder of the Divine Elephant sect roared in anger. His body fell heavily to the ground, and he stopped breathing. Damn it. Long Chun roared, his eyes bloodshot. Haha, one really want to rush out. Dream on. One of the emperor-to-be from the Hung family sneered. He strode forward and attacked Huang Ling with a terrifying force. He wanted to take her down. At this moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him. His body froze. Then a prison-suppressing steel fell from the sky and hit his body. Bang! The body of this emperor-to-be from the Hung family was torn into pieces. Killing the Hung clan emperor-to-be in succession, a phantom of the prison-suppressing steel fell from the sky and shattered an emperor-to-be of the Hung family. Then a young figure landed in front of Feng Ling and Long Chun. The figure was, of course, Lu Ming. Seeing that Huang Ling and Long Chun were surrounded by the Hung family's emperor-to-be, Lu Ming used the stone bridge to rush over. Lu Ming. Huang Ling and Long Chun were overjoyed to see Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. The emperor-to-be of the Hung family was shocked. Hung clan kill. Lu Ming shouted, his killing intent surging out like a tide. Haha, you want to kill us? Lu Ming, you've come at the right time. 111 finish you off, and take back the celestial Thearch sword. That's right, it really didn't take much effort to find it after searching high and low. The emperor-to-be from the Hung family sneered and felt happy. This time, the Hung family had two missions in the Lotus world. The first was to explore the ruins left behind by the Celestial Emperor. The second was to kill Lu Ming and retrieve the Celestial Emperor's sword. They were looking for Lu Ming, but they did not expect Lu Ming to deliver himself to them. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. They have a very powerful person. Let's charge out together. Huang Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Very strong, I'd like to try. Lu Ming's eyes glowed even more sharply. He just so happened to have refined 2 wisps of chaotic qi and the chaotic light. His strength had greatly increased, and he wanted to see how strong he was. You guys keep an eye on that little girl who can control the space-time law. Leave Lu Ming to me. A burly emperor-to-be from the Hung family stepped toward Lu Ming. The other emperor-to-be from the Hung family locked onto bubbles to prevent her from helping. Boom. The burly emperor-to-be from the Hung family threw a punch at Lu Ming. The moment he punched, the river of laws surrounded his fist, making the power of the punch even more shocking. If anyone below emperor-to-be was hit by this punch, they would be crushed into pieces. However, Lu Ming was not an ordinary martial artist. Boom. Lu Ming also threw a punch and used the prison-suppressing heavenly art. This punch did not produce the illusion of the prison-suppressing steel. Instead, it contained the power of the prison-suppressing steel in his fist. Boom. Lu Ming's fist collided with his opponent's fist. Kacha. Then, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The fist of the burly emperor-to-be from the Hung family exploded, and he was forced to retreat by a terrifying force. How can he be this strong? The burly emperor-to-be of the Hung family roared in disbelief. In the punch just now, he felt that Lu Ming's fist was filled with terrifying power. It was simply indestructible. Die. Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after the man. He threw another punch, which caused the space to shake. The expression of the burly emperor-to-be from the Hung family changed, and he retreated frantically. Let me do it. A skinny middle-aged man from the Hung family's emperor-to-be suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming and threw a punch at him. Boom. There was a terrifying vibration. Lu Ming and the other party's bodies shook at the same time, and they took a few steps back. An emperor-to-be with a superior heavenly spiritual body? Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Previously, he had encountered people from the Daoyuo Heaven sect and the wind race in the void turbulence. One of them was an emperor-to-be with a superior-grade heaven spiritual body. He was very powerful and Lu Ming was completely suppressed. This thin middle-aged man was also such a figure, and his combat strength was far beyond that of an ordinary emperor-to-be. If you have some strength, come again. The skinny emperor-to-be was called Hung Shi. When he was young, he was also a genius of the Hung family. At this moment, he stepped forward with a combat sword in his hand. The sword chi was like a rainbow as he slashed at Lu Ming. It was a monarch weapon. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and the Dian elixir furnace flew out. Lu Ming grabbed one of its legs and swung it at the other party. Boom, boom. With a few consecutive explosions, the two of them collided, but it was difficult to determine the winner. The emperor-to-be from the Hung family and the Phoenix Palace were shocked. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the upper tier of the absolute saint realm, but his combat strength was too shocking. He could actually fight with an emperor-to-be with a superior grade heavenly spiritual body. Hung Shi was also extremely shocked. Kill! He roared and circulated all his strength to the extreme. His combat sword was like a rainbow, slashing at Lu Ming continuously. Thousands of sword lights broke through the air. Buzz! At this moment, a ray of light emanated from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's strength increased greatly as soon as the ray of light was cast. The Dian elixir furnace was like a giant hammer, constantly smashing at the other party. Boom, boom. After 2 consecutive moves, Hung Shi's body trembled and he retreated a few steps. Light of Chaos. Eternium roared. Once a son of chaos refined the light of chaos, his combat power would increase greatly. In the past, among the children of heaven in the Yuan Mountain, only the Hengxing River could refine the light of law. Now Lu Ming had also refined it. Lu Ming picked up the Dian elixir furnace and launched an extremely violent attack, constantly bombarding his opponent. In the process of bombarding, Lu Ming suddenly pointed out a chaos finger of tribulation. Boom. The Eternium was forced back by the primal chaos tribulation finger, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. Retreat. Hung Shi suddenly roared and retreated. He had already understood that he was not Lu Ming's match. If they continued to fight, they would be in danger. Bubble attack. Attack together. Lu Ming shouted. Two bubbles came out of bubbles and covered the 5 emperor-to-be from the Hung family. Boom. Lu Ming picked up the Dian elixir furnace and smashed it at one of the emperor-to-be. Lu Ming's ability had a crushing advantage over ordinary emperor-to-be, not to mention that he had Bubble's help. Without a doubt, the emperor-to-be was killed by Lu Ming in one move. At the same time, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the 2 emperor-to-be from the Phoenix Palace attacked the 2 emperor-to-be from the Hung family and injured them. Boom. Lu Ming picked up the Dian elixir furnace and smashed it again, killing an emperor-to-be. Since Lu Ming's arrival, 3 of the 6 emperor-to-be from the Hung family had been killed. There were 3 left. One was an eternal stone, and the other 2 were injured by Huang Ling and the others. Bang! At this moment, the Eternium burst out with all its power and pierced through the transparent bubble. He did not dare to stop at all. He took a step and his body soared into the sky, rushing to the stone bridge above. You want to leave? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and he was about to pursue. Roar! Another terrifying roar came from the bottom of the cave. A terrifying devouring force erupted from below, causing Lu Ming's expression to change, and he stopped his pursuit. Hung Shi was overjoyed. The heavens were really helping him. After the roar stopped, the Eternium continued to rush up at an amazing speed. In the blink of an eye, it crossed several stone bridges and then turned into a ray of light and flew out of the cave. Lu Ming, let us go. A loud roar was heard. There were 2 emperor-to-be left in the Hung family, and they were trapped by the bubble's space-time law. One of them shouted, "Let you go? How can you be so naive?" Even Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Under such circumstances, the other party actually asked him to let them go. Was there something wrong with his brain? Chapter 1966 Core Area Lu Ming. Now that Hung Shi has escaped, the fact that you killed our Hung family's emperor-to-be will be exposed. The Hung family will not let you off. If you let us go now, you can reduce your sins. One of the emperor-to-be from the Hung family spoke, his voice filled with arrogance. Reduce my sins? Why are you so funny? Lu Ming was speechless. This person from the Hung family was too self-righteous, right? Furthermore, the Hung family has never considered letting me go. It would be a waste not to kill the Hung family members. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then, a combat sword appeared in his hand. He slashed out and killed an emperor-to-be. The remaining emperor-to-be's face turned pale. The Hung family was a great emperor force with a great emperor overseeing it. They were high above the entire Yuan mountain, and were one of the peak forces. Normally, there were not many forces that dared to go against the Hung family, and there were not many forces that didn't care about the Hung family. He had thought that since the Eternium had escaped, Lu Ming would most likely have some reservations. However, he did not expect Lu Ming to be so decisive and merciless. No, please spare me. The emperor-to-be of the Hung family was scared and started to beg for mercy. Hehe, is this the pride of the Hung family? Was this the pride of a great emperor? After your threat failed, you immediately begged for mercy. What a joke. Lu Ming sneered. The emperor-to-be from the Hung clan had an ugly look on his face, but in the face of life and death, everything was meaningless. He continued. Lu Ming, as long as you let me go, I'll do anything you want. No need. 111 be worried if I leave someone like you alive. Kill him. Lu Ming was very decisive. He slashed with his sword and killed the person. So what if one of them ran away? He and the Hung family couldn't alleviate the situation anyway. So what was there to be afraid of? Lu Ming, you've already refined the light of chaos. Huang Ling and Long Chen walked over with surprise and joy on their faces. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the happier they would be. And Lu Ming nodded and looked around. They were not the only ones nearby. There were others who were looking at Lu Ming with a grave expression. The combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed just now had shocked them. Lu Ming looked around and realized that they were on a platform. In the middle of the platform was a hall with staircases in all four directions leading to the hall. At this moment, many people were climbing up the stairs towards the palace. However, as long as someone stepped onto the stairs, there would be flames on the stairs, blocking everyone's way. Even an emperor-to-be would find it difficult to climb the stairs. Lu Ming, this is the core of the ruins. I don't know if there are any treasures in the hall, but we can't fly up. We can only go up along the stairs. However, there's a terrifying formation on the stairs that blocks the way. Huang Ling explained. The core of the ruins. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At the core of the Divine Time Island, they had obtained many plants that could increase one's lifespan. They had also obtained the Divine Time Tree. It was because of the Divine Time Tree that Bubbles was able to achieve a breakthrough and cultivate the space-time light. Qiu Yu's injuries were only temporarily stabilized because of the Divine Time Tree. One could see how precious the Divine Tree of Time was. What was in the core of this place? Let's go up, Lu Ming said. He took the lead and walked up a flight of stairs. Bubbles followed closely behind Lu Ming. Feng Ling and Long Chen, the two emperor-to-be from Phoenix Palace, also stepped forward. As soon as they stepped on the stairs, a terrifying power of fire rushed toward them. However, the flames at the beginning were not a problem for them. They advanced very easily. After stepping halfway through, the power of the flames became stronger and stronger. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered a problem. The power of the flames on the steps seemed to be different according to the cultivation level. The higher the cultivation of the person, the more powerful the flame. For example, the power of the flames that the emperor-to-be faced was much stronger than theirs. Therefore, halfway through, the emperors-to-be couldn't move an inch. If they continued, they felt that they would be burned to ashes by the fire power. However, Lu Ming, Bubbles, Huang Ling, and Long Chen were still able to move forward easily. They didn't stop and kept going up. A moment later, they were on the stairs. So many doors? Huang Ling muttered. This was because the palace here had many doors, a total of 9. Of the 9 doors, 3 were closed, and 6 were open. At this moment, their gazes moved. They saw a young man flying into a door. The moment he entered, the door closed. It's Wei Tiandao. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They all knew who that young man was. He was Wei Tiandao, who was ranked 4th on the Saint King rankings back in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. However, the Saint King ranking had been rearranged, and Wei Tiandao had been pushed down to 8th place. It seems that someone has also entered the 3 closed doors. Long Chen said. There might be opportunities in these doors. Let's each choose one. Lu Ming said. Okay, then we'll choose according to our feelings. Huang Ling nodded. The 4 of them flew forward and each chose a fan. Lu Ming walked towards the door on the far right. He realized that this door seemed to have a special attraction to him. It could make his array Dao laws feel restless. After Bubbles, Feng Ling, and Long Chen each stepped into a door, Lu Ming stepped in as well. After entering the door closed. Lu Ming sized it up carefully. This was a stone room. The stone room was empty and very wide. However, Lu Ming was attracted by the wall of the stone room the moment he entered. The walls of the stone room were carved with dense runes, which were extremely profound. This is runes of formation Dao. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He cultivated array Dao laws and could tell at a glance that these were array Dao runes. Furthermore, they were extremely mysterious. These runes seemed to have formed a secret technique. Lu Ming sized it up for a while and came to a conclusion. He then sat cross-legged and began to comprehend it in detail. At that moment, in Lu Ming's eyes, the runes on the wall seemed to come to life. They combined and transformed into countless possibilities. It was mysterious and unpredictable. He sat there for 3 days. Within 3 days, Lu Ming had engraved all the runes on the 4 walls in his heart. The 9 scrolls of array Dao. These are actually 2 of the 9 scrolls of array Dao, the Annihilation Scroll and the Illusionary Spirit Scroll. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Back when he had obtained the status of the Hunyuan sect's gold inheritor, he had shamelessly asked for the sealed scroll, one of the 9 scrolls of array Dao. Back then, the Hunyuan sect elder had told Lu Ming that the 9 scrolls of array Dao was a supreme secret technique to cultivate the array Dao laws. However, it had been lost for a long time. He didn't expect that he would come across the other 2 scrolls of the 9 scrolls of arrays here. The power of a sealed scroll was extremely long and mysterious. During a battle, using a sealed scroll could greatly affect the opponent's combat power. The Annihilation Scroll, on the other hand, could use symbols to form the power of annihilation. Its might was astonishing. The Illusionary Spirit Scroll, on the other hand, used runes to create all sorts of powerful living beings. It was also a secret technique that was extremely powerful. The 9th world. Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes and began to comprehend carefully. Cultivation knew no time. A month had passed while Lu Ming was in the process of comprehending the knowledge. Lu Ming already had the foundation of one of the 9 scrolls of the array Dao, the sealed scroll. Hence, he was able to comprehend the other 2 scrolls very quickly. Lu Ming realized that when he was comprehending the sealed scroll, destruction scroll, and illusionary spirit scroll of the 9 scrolls of the array Dao could be combined with each other. His comprehension of the array Dao laws was very fast. Originally, his array Dao laws maturity had already reached over 80%. In this short month, he had comprehended 3 volumes at once. The speed at which his array Dao laws improved was simply terrifying. In a short month, it had increased from 80% to 90%. Array Dao laws were King Dao laws. It's really profound. If the 9 scrolls of array Dao are cultivated to a high level, they can even be fused together, and the power will be even more astonishing. As expected of a supreme secret technique of the array Dao laws, Lu Ming sighed. It's been a month. It's time to go out. Anyway, I've already remembered it in my heart. One can slowly comprehend it in the future. Lu Ming stood up and walked toward the main door. Miraculously, the door opened automatically when Lu Ming walked to it. When Lu Ming walked out, the door closed again. Closed? Could it be that only one person can enter through each door, and the people behind can't? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Lu Ming! Brother Lu Ming! At this moment, a few cries could be heard as Feng Ling, Long Chen, and Bubbles walked over. You guys came out long ago? Lu Ming asked curiously. Then his eyes lit up and he looked at Feng Ling and Long Chen. Your cultivation has increased? He realized that Huang Ling and Long Chun had both reached the pinnacle of the absolute saint realm. However, Bubble's cultivation seemed to still be at the late-stage absolute saint realm. She hadn't broken through yet, and it was unknown what kind of fortune she had obtained. We obtained an opportunity in that secret chamber, and made a breakthrough in our cultivation. However, this secret chamber can only be used once before it is closed, said Huangling. Lu Ming swept his gaze over, and realized that the 9 doors were all closed. It was obvious that someone had gone in. Lu Ming, what did you get? Huangling asked curiously. A secret technique, Lu Ming said. He then looked at Bubbles and said, Bubble, what did you get? A kind of treasure. As for what it is, I won't tell you. Chirp chirp, Bubbles said in a mysterious manner. You little rascal. Lu Ming smiled. Let's leave this place, Lu Ming said. From time to time, roars could be heard coming from the cave. Who knew if that powerful existence would cause any trouble? It was better to leave first. Huangling and the others nodded. When the roars stopped, they took the opportunity to fly up and cross the stone bridge above. Then they found the right time and kept going up. Not long after, they rushed out of the cave. In this area, there were other people who saw Lu Ming and the rest coming out of the stone room. Their eyes were filled with greed, but no one dared to take any action. Lu Ming and the rest were definitely powerful. By the way, were you in this world when you first came in? Lu Ming asked after they left the cave. Yes, we have been exploring the myriad beast realm, but unfortunately, we have not gained much. Longchen nodded. Do you know where the entrance to the next world is? Lu Ming asked. Yes, we've asked around. We were planning to explore other worlds after we finished exploring, said Huangling. All right, let's go to the next world, Lu Ming said. Everyone immediately flew in one direction. The myriad beast realm and the myriad sea realm were completely different. The myriad sea realm was full of vast oceans, while the myriad beast realm was full of wild mountains. Lu Ming, Bubbles, Fengling, Longchen, and the 2 emperor-to-be from the Phoenix Palace flew all the way. After a few days, they arrived at the border of the myriad beast realm. Here there was also a void turbulence. Huang Ling and Long Chun took out their monarch weapons to resist the turbulence, and the crowd stepped into the void. Along the way, they met other people who were rushing to the myriad beast realm. After a period of time, they passed through the turbulent flow of the void, and arrived at another world. There were also human martialists in this world. They had asked around and found that there was indeed a huge historical site in this world that had been passed down since ancient times. They headed in the direction of the ruins. However, they met a few familiar faces along the way. Ouyang Wushuang, Desolate Power, and some emperor-to-be powerhouses from the Abyss Empire. Ouyang Wushuang and the rest were pleasantly surprised to meet Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, you're going to the legacy site, right? Ouyang Wushuang asked. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. There's no need to go to that ruin. It has already been explored. We just came out of that ruin. Ouyang Wushuang asked. We are from the myriad beast realm, Lu Ming said. From the myriad beast realm? It seems that the 8 worlds have almost been explored. Ouyang Wushuang's expression changed. Then he began to talk about their experiences and the news they had heard. It turned out that Ouyang Wushuang and the others had already explored a few worlds. Moreover, they had also heard that the remains of the other worlds had almost been completely explored. Now everyone is heading toward the 9th world, Ouyang Wushuang said. The 9th world. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The world of the lotus flower had 9 petals, representing 9 worlds. When they first entered, Lu Ming observed that everyone would be attracted to different petals. However, there was only one petal and no one else. Lu Ming felt that there must be something unusual. One heard that someone saw a legend in one of the worlds. The 9th world contains a big secret, and there is only one way to the 9th world, which is the Heaven Abyss of the Heaven Abyss realm. I heard that many powerful forces are heading to the Heaven Abyss realm, such as the Hung Star River and the Hung family, the He family, the Daoyuo Heaven sect, and so on. Ouyang Wushuang said. Since that's the case, we'll go too, Lu Ming said. The 9th world should have an extraordinary secret that should not be missed. Moreover, there were some scores that needed to be settled. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Ouyang Wushuang nodded. Immediately, everyone changed direction and headed toward the deep heaven world. He couldn't reach the heavenly abyss world directly from this world. He had to go through the other two worlds. They crossed several worlds and flew for a long time. After more than 10 days, they finally arrived at the deep heaven world. The heavenly abyss of the heavenly abyss realm was the most famous miracle in the heavenly abyss realm. It was easy to find out about it by asking around. The heavenly abyss was in the north of the heavenly abyss realm. Everyone headed toward the heavenly abyss. The heavenly abyss was a deep abyss that stretched across the edge of the heavenly abyss world. No one knew how long, deep, or wide it was. From a distance, it looked as if the sky abyss had been cut out by a sword. Meeting the eternal star river again, it was said that on the other side of the heavenly abyss was another world. It was the legendary ninth world, the world where the undying lived. At this moment, many figures were gathered at the edge of the heavenly abyss. These people were all experts from various forces in the outside world. Most of them were emperor-to-be. There were also some heaven's favorites with monarch weapons who could also pass through the spatial turbulence. On the edge of the heavenly abyss, there was a huge platform that seemed to be built with some kind of huge stone. In the middle of the platform, there was a huge altar. Around the altar, there were dense inscriptions. In front of the altar, there was a young figure sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. However, everyone seemed to be afraid of this figure, and no one dared to approach the platform. Because this person was the stellar river. The eternal sun, Hung Xinghe, was too terrifying. Previously, there was an emperor-to-be who had disrespected him, and was killed by him in seconds. Even if the other party had many emperor-to-be experts, they were still far from being a match for the Star River. An emperor-to-be could only be killed in seconds in the face of the galaxy. He couldn't even withstand one move. What was shocking was that his cultivation in the Xingxing River realm had yet to reach the emperor-to-be realm. Moreover, there were also emperor-to-be experts from the Hung family. Therefore, the stellar river occupied the ancient platform that looked very important, and the others could only watch from the outside. Of course, there were also people with killing intent in their eyes, and that was the He family. They wished they could kill the galaxy, but they were no match for the galaxy here. They could only hide far away, not daring to get close. Young Master Xinghe, you've been studying it for days. Do you know how to cross this abyss and head to the ninth world? Finally, someone asked. Xinghe didn't make a sound, as if he was ignoring that person. It was only after a long while that Xinghe opened his mouth and said, I already know the method. Many people's eyes lit up. What method is it? Someone asked. It's not the time to say it yet. In the galaxy, if it's not time to say it, then when will it be time to say it? The man asked. Are you questioning me? Xingchen suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like two divine swords, piercing toward the man. The man was shocked as he felt a cold killing intent covering him. He couldn't help but retreat. His face turned pale and he quickly said, One don't dare, one don't dare. I'll naturally say it when I should. After saying that, the eternal star river closed its eyes again. The person from before heaved a long sigh of relief, but his back was already drenched in cold sweat. The eternal sun is too terrifying. He's not even an emperor-to-be, but he's already so terrifying. If he becomes an emperor-to-be, he'll be able to compete with martial sovereigns. Many people had the same thought and were shocked. The people of the He family looked gloomy. A chosen like the eternal sun was a disaster for the He clan. In the future, if the Hung family's two great emperors joined forces, and the Hung family broke through to the great emperor realm, the He family would definitely be destroyed. Therefore, the people of the He family were thinking about how to get rid of the Star River. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. On this day, the Star River that had been sitting there suddenly opened its eyes and looked into the distance. Its eyes were sharp as it muttered. It's finally here. Everyone was shocked. They're finally here. Who's here? Everyone's gaze followed the direction of the stellar river, and saw a group of people walking in the air. They were led by a few young men. It's Lu Ming, the son of Chaos Lu Ming. someone exclaimed in a low voice as he recognized Lu Ming. This made many people's hearts tremble. Could it be that the eternal Star River had been waiting here all this while for Lu Ming? Buzz. The Star River rose and took a step forward, heading toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the Hung family's experts also followed beside the Hung family. Not far away, Lu Ming, Feng Ling, Long Chun and the rest stopped. Lu Ming, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time, said Xingchen indifferently. Is that so? Lu Ming's expression was calm. He knew that he would face the Stellar River when he came here. Lu Ming, you killed the emperor-to-be of the Hung family. Today, I'll use your blood to pay tribute to them. Behind the Star River, a figure shouted. It was an eternal stone. They wanted to kill me, so why can't one fight back? Lu Ming asked. Of course you can. In the world of martial Dao, everything is decided by strength. Those who are strong live, and those who are weak die. They're not as strong as you, so they deserve to die. Xingchen said indifferently as if he didn't care about the death of a few emperor-to-be from the Hung family. However, they're from the Hung family, and so am one. You killed them, so I'm going to kill you. Lu Ming, hand over the Celestial Emperor's sword, and I'll give you a quick death. The galaxy continued. Hung Xinghe, I knew you were here for the sword of Celestial Emperor. Back then, you couldn't do anything to me in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. Today you can't do anything to me either. Lu Ming said, his eyes slowly filled with fighting spirit. This place isn't the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Hung Shan said coldly. His meaning was clear. Back then at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, Lu Ming had fought alongside many experts in the Hung Xing River. However, today, there were experts from the Hung family here. They would not let Lu Ming and the others have this chance. Boom. Boom. The Hung family had been around for countless years, and was an emperor-level power with too many experts. There were more than 100 emperor-to-be here today. When they gathered together, their momentum was terrifying. A terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming and the rest, causing their expressions to change. We're here to help you. Not far away, a voice could be heard. A group of people came behind Lu Ming and the others. They were the emperor-to-be of Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Thunder God Sect, and other forces. We are your opponents. A cold voice rang out. A giant wolf stepped in the air. A golden crow let out a long cry, and the chi of a combat weapon soared into the sky. The emperor-to-be from the Golden Crow clan, the Sirius Tower, the Wan family, the Purple Extreme Sect, and other forces stepped on the air and pressed toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, let me help you. A beautiful woman came to Lu Ming's side with a group of experts. It was Luo Tianyi and the emperor-to-be of the Jade Pool Immortal Palace. Following that, many scattered experts joined Lu Ming and the rest. For example, the emperor-to-be of the Shenyuan Empire and other sections. Even so, Lu Ming and the rest were far from capable. Most of the forces on Lu Ming's side were from the ancient Moon Holy Land. At most, they could only compete with the Golden Crow clan and the Sirius Tower, which were also forces from the ancient Moon Holy Land. Even with the addition of the Shenyuan Empire, it would be useless. Hee, it's really lively. Lu Ming, one have to say that you're really lucky. With a sneer, Luo Tsongqiong led the powerhouses of the Daoyuo Heaven sect to the side of the Hung family's powerhouse. Then the masters of the Wind race also came to the side of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. On Lu Ming's side, many people's expressions changed. The other party was too powerful. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Blood sacrifice to the bridge. The Hung family and the Daoyuo Heaven sect were both emperor-level forces. They had many more experts than Lu Ming and the others. Moreover, the Wind clan, the Golden Crow clan, the Wan family, and other forces had gathered. Many emperor-to-be surrounded by the river of laws made them look like gods in the sky. Their terrifying aura pressed toward Lu Ming, and the rest like a mountain. Behind Lu Ming, everyone stood in a defensive circle, their expressions grave. Around them, many people were watching with different expressions. Some people sneered. Take the He family for example. They did not have a good impression of either Lu Ming or the Hung family. It was best to kill each other. As for the people from the Soul Divine Temple, they stood in the distance and did not interfere. Although Qiuyu and Lu Ming were very close, Qiuyu only represented her lineage in the Soul Divine Temple. Moreover, he had not seen Qiuyu yet. Lu Ming is going to die today. I've expected this. How dare he go against Emperor-level forces like the Hung family and the Daoyuo Heaven sect? Yu Shu sneered in the crowd, gloating over his misfortune. The young geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa had complicated expressions on their faces. There were a few young men in the Purple Flame Villa who had lost a bet to Lu Ming and had to listen to his orders. But now, in the face of so many masters from the Hung family and the Daoyuo Heaven sect, they could only choose to ignore them and pretend that they did not see anything. It was because it would be a dead end if they went there. Moreover, the Emperor-to-be in the Purple Flame Villa would not listen to their orders. Damn it, they are relying on their numbers. It's a pity that our desolate race has not appeared. If not, we would have gathered a bunch of Emperor-to-be. We would have hammered them to death. Desolate Li growled. He was very unhappy. It's just a battle, said Long Chun. He looked ordinary, but he was filled with fighting spirit. Why should a man be afraid of a battle? Don't you all want to know how to pass through this abyss and head to the ninth world? At this moment, the emotionless voice of the galaxy rang. Many people were shocked. Was the galaxy finally going to say something? If you want to cross the other side of the abyss, you have to open the abyssal bridge. The way to open the abyssal bridge is very simple, which is to sacrifice the bridge with blood. With the blood of many experts, you can open the abyssal bridge and lead to the ninth world. The voice of the galaxy spread far and wide. Many people's hearts trembled again. They actually had to sacrifice the blood of experts to the bridge in order to reach the ninth world. How much blood do you need? Someone asked in a serious tone. I don't know. Naturally, the more the better. The Eternal Star River Channel then looked at Lu Ming and the rest. A cold killing intent burst out. Today 111 use your blood as a sacrifice to the bridge. Boom. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, the powerhouses of the Hung family, the Daoyuo Heaven sect, and other forces stepped out. The river of laws surrounded them, and their saint power burst out like a tide. Today they wanted Lu Ming and the rest to stay here. You guys focus on defense. Leave the stellar river to me. Lu Ming's voice spread to the ears of Huang Ling and the rest. Then Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and the Dian elixir furnace flew out, turning into the size of a mountain. However, the Dian elixir furnace did not float above Lu Ming's head. Instead, it flew towards Huang Ling and the rest before it landed on the ground with a loud thud. The Da Yin elixir furnace had 4 legs and was lifted high up. Huang Ling and the rest were all below the furnace. The Da Yin cauldron was the most important treasure of the Da Yin elixir palace. Its grade was far above ordinary monarch weapons. With that, Feng Ling, Long Chun and the rest only had to defend the surroundings. They didn't have to worry about the top. This way, their defensive power would increase greatly. Bubble, go help Huang Ling and the rest. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Brother Lu Ming, be careful, chirpy. Bubbles cried out and charged towards Feng Ling, Long Chun and the others. You guys deal with the others. Leave Lu Ming to me. The galaxy said coldly. The powerful engine locked onto Lu Ming. Kill. Hiding under a pill furnace means death as well. The Emperor-to-be experts of the Hung family, Daoyuo Heaven sect, and Golden Crow clan stepped into the air and attacked Feng Ling, Long Chun, and Bubbles from all directions. On Huang Ling's side, there were only dozens of Emperors-to-be, much less than the other side. They could only gather together to defend. All sorts of defensive saint weapons and sovereign weapons were everywhere. At the same time Bubbles attacked. The space around them distorted, forming mirror-like spatial shields that blocked in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of attacks fell on Huang Ling and the others, some of which were blocked by the Dian elixir furnace. At this moment, Lu Ming had already cut off his connection with the Dian elixir furnace. Otherwise, the terrifying force would have followed the Dian elixir furnace and injured Lu Ming. At this moment, The Da Yin elixir furnace was only relying on its own solid and immortal characteristics to resist the attacks around it. As expected, the attacks were all blocked by the Great Yin elixir furnace. The rest of the attacks were blocked by Feng Ling and Long Chen. After all, although the other party had a lot of people, they didn't have many angles to attack under the cover of the Da Yin elixir furnace. Continue, kill. An expert from the Hung family roared and attacked Huang Ling and the others. Allah! At this moment, a shrill scream erupted from the crowd in the distance. Someone had suddenly attacked and killed an expert. What are you guys doing? You're looking for death. Someone shouted. Sacrifice your blood to the bridge. Someone coldly spoke. Then I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to the bridge. And MBSP, let's go. The person from before shouted, and a huge battle immediately broke out in that area. There were many forces here who had grudges with each other. The chaos in that area seemed to affect the whole world. Those forces who had grudges with each other also began to fight. Since he wanted to sacrifice the bridge with the blood of experts, he might as well use the blood of his enemies. Therefore, a war broke out inevitably, and the scope of the war was getting wider and wider. Soon the four sides were in chaos and wars were everywhere. Lu Ming and the galaxy stood in the air, facing each other. Lu Ming, no one will help you today. You'll only die. Hand over the celestial Thearch's sword and 111 leave your corpse intact, said Xingqian coldly. Long time no see. Your cultivation is still in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Do you think you can kill me? Lu Ming sneered. There are also strong and weak absolute saints in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Xinghe said calmly. His cultivation base was indeed the same as when he fought with Lu Ming and the others. He was still in the perfected absolute saint realm. The main thing was that to break through to the emperor-to-be realm from the perfection of an absolute saint, one had to cultivate a law to perfection. However, the further one advanced, the harder it would be to cultivate. This was especially true when he trained in the eternal laws. However, even at the perfected absolute saint realm, there were weak and strong nomological laws. The maturity of the nomological laws in the eternal star river had reached 99%. He was much stronger than when he was fighting with Lu Ming and the rest. Boom! A shocking aura burst out from the body of the galaxy. At the same time, a ring of light surrounded the galaxy, making him look like a god. This was the eternal light. Whoosh! A terrifying sword light bloomed from Xingqian's hand. Chapter 1970 Improved Combat Power. The galaxy raised its aura to the maximum, and the eternal light bloomed. It was about to attack Lu Ming. At this moment, a blade light crossed the void and slashed down at the Star River. This blade light was filled with the aura of death. When the saber light slashed down, everything was destroyed. Xingqian's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand and slashed out a shocking sword radiance, which clashed with the saber radiance. Buzz! A terrifying, ear-piercing sound rang out. Endless blade light and sword chi swept in all directions. Xingqian's figure shook slightly and he took a step back. A figure appeared in the sky. He carried a saber on his back, and his hair was dancing wildly. It was the Death Blade. At that moment, his aura was extremely shocking. He had also reached the perfected absolute saint realm. Furthermore, there was also a halo around him. It was the light of death. Clearly, the Death Blade had also obtained a great opportunity during this period of time and made great progress. Not only did it have a breakthrough in its cultivation, but it had also refined the light of death. Star River, your opponent is me. The Death Blade stepped through the air and stood in front of the Star River. Death Blade, you again. Killing intent bloomed in Xinghe's eyes, and he said, Death Blade, although you've reached the peak of the absolute saint realm and cultivated the light of death, you're still no match for me. Not your match? You'll know once you try. Death Heavenly Blade. The Death Blade was very direct. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked. The battle blade on his back was unsheathed, and the terrifying Death Blade light slashed toward the Star River. Xingqian's eyes turned serious. A combat sword appeared in his hand. Although he sounded very confident, He didn't dare to be careless in the face of the death blade. The death blade was the child of death, and now, he had cultivated the light of death and entered the perfected absolute saint realm. They were at the same level, so he couldn't be careless. A dazzling sword radiance burst forth, as if it was going to pierce through heaven and earth. Boom! 2 figures, 2 sword lights and 2 blade lights collided, and a dazzling light burst out between heaven and earth. The eternal star river and the death blade were engaged in a fierce battle. The momentum was terrifying, and no one dared to stand within a radius of hundreds of miles for fear of being dragged in. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of moves and were evenly matched. Lu Ming was speechless. He had wanted to have a big fight with the galaxy. However, it was good that the death blade had made a move. He had to block the galaxy first as he still had things to do. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he dashed in one direction at top speed. That direction was where the Daluo Heaven sect was located. At this time, many emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect were attacking Huangling, Long Chun, and the others. The number of emperor-to-be from the Daluo Heaven sect was also shocking. Although it was less than the Hung family, there were still nearly 100 people. At this moment, Luo Zongqiong was standing in the void with a huge seal in his hand. It was the divine seal of deprivation. The divine seal of deprivation could continuously deprive the energy in space. The longer it was deprived, the more energy it would accumulate, and the more terrifying its power would be. At this moment, Luo Zongqiong was constantly snatching the energy, until he reached the limit of his control before he made his move. Die! Luo Zongqiong roared. He pushed out the divine seal of deprivation with his palm. It was like a mountain crashing forward. However, Lu Ming suddenly appeared in front of the divine seal of deprivation, and pointed his finger. And NBSB the primal chaos tribulation finger exploded, striking the divine seal of deprivation. Boom! A deafening boom was heard. The divine seal of deprivation was destroyed and Lu Ming's figure drifted backward for a distance. The power of Luo Kangqiang's divine seal of deprivation after he had accumulated power was indeed terrifying. Even with Lu Ming's current combat strength, he was still forced back. However, he was only forced back. Lu Ming, you're actually able to block my divine seal of deprivation. Luo Zongqiong cried out in disbelief. After a long time of accumulation, he had deprived a large amount of energy of that move. Its power had reached a shocking level. An ordinary emperor-to-be would not be able to withstand it, and would be killed easily. But now Lu Ming had actually blocked it head-on. How could he not be shocked? Luo Zongqiong, I'm going to take your life today. Lu Ming said coldly. Qiuyu was still unconscious from her serious injuries. He would not let Luo Zongqiong go. Even if the other party was the great emperor's grandson, it was the same. Lu Ming stepped into the void and charged towards Luo Zongqiong. Luo Zongqiong was shocked and could not help but retreat. Lu Ming, you managed to escape last time. I'll kill you again. A burly figure appeared in front of Lu Ming with a giant hammer in his hand. This person was the expert who had fought with Lu Ming in the void turbulence. He had a superior grade celestial spiritual body, and was very powerful. Previously, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by the other party. But this time, it would not. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted. His eyes shot out a cold light. At the same time, a ring of light enveloped his body and he pointed his finger. And NBSB the massive finger of primal chaos tribulation struck the enemy's hammer, causing it to buzz and be sent flying. Your battle strength. The other party was shocked. After exchanging one move, he could feel that Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than the last time. Previously, Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage when he faced him. However, in the exchange just now, he was actually at a disadvantage. How did Lu Ming's ability improve so much in such a short period of time? Light of chaos. You've refined the light of chaos. The burly man roared. I'll kill you today. Lu Ming said coldly. He continued to use the chaotic finger of tribulation and pointed. And NBSB the massive primal chaos tribulation finger, suffused with primal chaos light, suddenly appeared like a god's finger and began to crush down. The burly man let out a low growl and used all his strength to wave his giant hammer to block Lu Ming's attack. However, at this moment, Countless runes appeared in Lu Ming's left hand. A true dragon pounced toward the burly man. This was the illusionary spirit scroll, one of the 9 scrolls of the Tao of Formations. Symbols transformed into true dragons, and its power was terrifying. And NBSB, the burly man's giant hammer, collided with the primal chaos tribulation finger. He had used all his strength to block Lu Ming's chaos finger of tribulation. How could he have the energy to block the attack of the Array Tao Law's illusionary spirit scroll? The true dragon pounced on the burly man's body. With a long roar, it clawed down. Bang! The burly man's body trembled violently. With a muffled groan, he retreated rapidly and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Kill! Lu Ming followed up quickly. He waved his palm and a huge shadow of the prison-suppressing steel fell from the sky, pressing down on the burly man. The burly man let out a blood-curdling screech as his body began to crack. It was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. Then, runes glowed on Lu Ming's left hand and another true dragon flew out. It grabbed the burly man and tore him apart. Selah. Blood splattered everywhere as the burly man's body was torn apart. The burly man, an emperor-to-be with a superior-grade celestial spiritual body, was killed by Lu Ming's series of attacks. The 9 scrolls of Array Tao are indeed profound. If I can fuse the Annihilation Scroll, Illusionary Spirit Scroll, and Sealed Scroll together, the power will increase even more. Lu Ming had an idea. Chapter 1971 Killing King Physique. The Array Tao Laws could only be used as Lu Ming's support for now. Compared to the Chaos Finger Tribulation, it was still a little weaker. However, if he were to combine the Annihilation Manual, the Illusionary Spirit Manual, and the Sealed Manual together, the power would definitely increase exponentially. One could only imagine how powerful the attack would be if it transformed into a true dragon that contained both the power of destruction and the power of sealing. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. At this moment, Luo Kangqiang's eyes were wide open in disbelief. Lu Ming could actually kill the burly man, who was a top-notch emperor-to-be. Unless one had a king physique, he was invincible among his peers. The fact that Lu Ming could kill such an existence sent chills down his spine. Lu Ming's cold eyes swept towards Luo Tsangqiang. He did not stop and continued to charge at Luo Tsangqiang. Men, kill Lu Ming. Kill him. Luo Tsangqiang roared as he frantically retreated. Luo Pokong also retreated with him. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSB Wuxia. In an instant, at least 10 emperor-to-be rushed toward Lu Ming with all kinds of terrifying attacks. However, Lu Ming simply ignored these attacks. His chaotic light surrounded his body, and as he charged forward, all the attacks that landed on his chaotic light were blocked. The light of chaos could be used to attack and defend, and its power was astonishing. Boom. 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 After Lu Ming rushed through the attacks, he threw a few punches in a row. His fist radiance tore through the air, and the 3 emperor-to-be exploded in the air. Whoosh! 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 Immediately after, Lu Ming pointed out the fingers of tribulation of chaos in succession. 6 fingers of tribulation of chaos shot toward the 6 emperor-to-be. Although the power of the 6 fingers had been dispersed, it was enough to deal with an ordinary emperor-to-be. The 6 emperor-to-be were blown away by the 6-finger forces. Their faces were pale, and they spat out blood. In the beginning he killed 3 emperor-to-be, and then he injured 6. This kind of combat strength was shocking. Luo Tsangqiang and Luo Pokong were even more shocked. The 2 of them retreated frantically. They did not have the courage to fight Lu Ming. However, Luo Tsangqiang retreated even faster because his cultivation was stronger. You guys can't escape. Let's go, Lu Ming said coldly. He dashed out like a bolt of lightning and avoided several powerhouses of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. The next moment Lu Ming caught up to Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong was shocked. The long spear in his hand pierced through the void and went straight for Lu Ming. This was a monarch weapon. Combined with Luo Pokong's law of penetration, its power was indeed terrifying. However, Luo PC's cultivation base was only at the upper tier of the Absolute Saint realm, the same as Lu Ming's. In a battle of the same level, no matter how strong he was, He was not strong enough to face Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch, and it hit the tip of the long spear. Luo Pokong's penetration law was useless against Lu Ming. The long spear buzzed and even bent. Then, it bounced out fiercely, and the tail of the spear hit Luo Pokong's body. Luo Pokong let out a blood-curdling scream, and his body retreated frantically. In his heart, there was a strong sense of disbelief. He felt like he was dreaming. When he first met Lu Ming had to do his best to defeat him. But now, Lu Ming could defeat him and injure him with a casual move. As time passed, the gap between the two of them grew bigger and bigger. Luo Pokong, who claimed to be a peerless genius, found it hard to accept. Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he charged towards Luo Pokong. His cold-killing intent sent chills down Luo Pokong's spine. Lu Ming, how dare you touch me? I'm the Daoyuo Heaven Sect's pride. If you touch me, no one in Yuan Mountain can save you. Luo Pokong roared. The Daoyuo Heaven Sect had a great emperor in charge. He did not believe that Lu Ming would dare to touch him. If he touched him, Lu Ming would also die. In my life many people have threatened me, but in the end, they all died, and am still alive. Lu Ming said coldly. His saint power burst out, and the law of chaos buzzed. He threw a punch, and a phantom of the prison-suppressing steel pressed toward Luo Pokong. Boom. Luo Pokong was directly sent flying to the ground, smashing heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit that was 10 miles deep. Luo Pokong lay in the pit, twitching and spitting out blood. That attack had broken all his bones and armor, and even his saint heart had cracked. At this moment, he was extremely terrified. Endless fear enveloped him. If Lu Ming really wanted to kill him, he was not just saying it. He was not afraid of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect at all. At this moment, he was scared to death. Buzz. Lu Ming's body appeared in the huge pit, and he looked down at Luo Pokong coldly. Don't, Luo Pokong shouted as he vomited blood. Stop. Lu Ming, if you dare to kill him, the Daoyuo Heaven Sect will not let you off. An emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect shouted. Luo Pokong was the king body of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect, so he couldn't die. Lu Ming sneered. The Daoyuo Heaven Sect would not let him go? Even if the Daoyuo Heaven Sect would let him go, he would not let them go. This was the oath he made to Qingyu. In the future, he would definitely trample on the Daoyuo Heaven Sect, no matter what price he had to pay. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed Luo Pokong's monarch weapon spear. No. Luo Pokong shouted in fear and tried to escape. However, the spear radiance pierced through the air. The monarch weapon spear pierced through Luo Pokong's forehead and nailed him to the ground. Luo Pokong's eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness. Many people in the surroundings were also shocked. The Daoyuo Heaven Sect's king physique, Luo Pokong, was killed by Lu Ming just like that. The people of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect would go crazy if this news spread. However, the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes was still as cold as a knife. This is only the beginning. Lu Ming muttered and pulled out his monarch weapon spear. He soared into the sky and looked into the distance. At this moment, Luo Tsangqiong was fleeing frantically. He did not dare to stay there at all. Bubble, give me a hand. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. All right. Under the Dian elixir furnace, the bubble responded. It waved its hands and the power of space-time laws enveloped Lu Ming's body through the void. Lu Ming's body moved as if he was traveling through the void, and he chased after Luo Tsangqiong at an extreme speed. With the help of Bubble's space-time law, Lu Ming's speed was even more astonishing. He was approaching Luo Tsangqiong at a rapid speed. Damn it! The emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect stopped their attacks on Feng Ling and Long Chen, and chased after Lu Ming. Luo Pokong was still fine, but if Luo Tsangqiong was killed by Lu Ming, the great emperor's fury would descend upon them and they would all die. They chased after Lu Ming crazily, but their speed was too far behind Lu Ming's, and they could not catch up at all. Lu Ming's figure was like a flickering light and a passing shadow as he approached Luo Tsangqiong very quickly. Whoosh! Lu Ming pointed with his finger. The force of the chaotic finger of calamity condensed into a line, and pierced through Luo Tsangqiong. Break! A battle axe appeared in Luo Kangqiong's hand. This battle axe was extremely powerful. It was definitely a monarch weapon, and not an ordinary one at that. The battle axe slashed out and blocked Lu Ming's finger force. However, his body was also sent flying and his face was flushed. Although his cultivation base had broken through to the perfected absolute saint realm, his combat strength was much weaker than Lu Ming's. Human-shaped hammer Luo Zhangqiong retreated and Lu Ming followed. He waved his right fist and the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, pressing down on Luo Zhangqiong. Strip, strip! Luo Zhangqiong roared. The law of deprivation enveloped the battle axe, constantly depriving the external energy to increase the power of the battle axe. Then he slashed it at Lu Ming. Clang! The battle axe hit the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel, causing a violent vibration. Although Luo Zhangqiong had blocked the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel, his body was constantly retreating. His face was flushed and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, Lu Ming did not stop his attack. There were 9 shadows of the prison-suppressing steels in the sky, and they kept pressing down on Luo Zhangqiong. Luo Zhangqiong could only try his best to resist. At the same time he roared, "A bunch of trash! Hurry up and save me! Do you all want to die?" Of course, he was shouting at the emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect. The emperors-to-be looked terrible and flew toward him with all their might. Luo Kangqiang's status in the Daluo Heaven sect was too special and noble. He was the grandson of a great emperor and had unparalleled talent. Even those void emperors and true emperors had to give him face. What's more, these emperors-to-be could decide their life and death with a word. "No one will be able to save you today," Lu Ming said coldly. Countless runes appeared in his left hand and transformed into a true dragon that pounced at Luo Zhangqiong. With the 2 types of nomological laws operating at the same time, Luo Zhangqiong was even more outmatched. He was instantly sent flying and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Buzz! Lu Ming moved and appeared above Luo Kangqiang's head. He pointed out the chaotic finger of tribulation and attacked Luo Zhangqiong. Boom! Luo Kangqiang's body was blasted down like a cannonball, just like Luo Pokong. Then, Lu Ming swooped down and caught up with Luo Zhangqiong. He held the monarch weapon spear that he had just gotten from Luo Pokong in his hand. He poured his saint power into the spear, making it hum, and stabbed at Luo Kangqiang's forehead. Not good. Stop. The emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect shouted in shock. Lu Ming was simply too audacious. He did not care about Luo Kangqiang's status at all. First, he killed Luo Pokong, and now he even wanted to kill Luo Zhangqiong. Luo Zhangqiong was extremely frightened and let out a crazy roar. He was unwilling. He was mad with hatred. However, he would not beg for mercy. If he did not die, he would definitely kill Lu Ming in the future. Whoosh! The emperor-ranked long spear pierced towards Luo Kangqiang's glabella, with a terrifyingly sharp chi. However, just as the spear was about to hit him, a black metal token suddenly appeared between Luo Kangqiang's eyebrows. Clang! The spear struck the metal token, causing sparks to fly. However, this metal was extremely hard, and the long spear could not penetrate it. The long spear trembled, and a terrifying force pushed Luo Zhangqiong to the ground at an even more astonishing speed. However, as Luo Zhangqiong was falling, the number of metal plates increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered his entire body. It was like a black armor that covered Luo Kangqiang's entire body. Boom! Luo Kangqiang's body smashed into the ground, causing the earth to shake and a huge pit to appear. However, the next moment, Luo Zhangqiong stood up as if nothing had happened. Grandpa, ha. Luo Zhangqiong laughed with joy. He knew that this was the protective emperor weapon that his grandfather had secretly placed in his body. It could save his life at a critical moment. However, he didn't tell him in advance, most likely because he wanted to train him. With the protection of the sovereign weapon, he knew that he would be fine. Lu Ming could not kill him. The Emperor's blessing. The emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect were also ecstatic. Will you be fine if you hide in the armor? Kill. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He held the long spear and swooped down like a stream of light, stabbing Luo Kangqiang's head in an instant. However, The long spear still failed to pierce through Luo Kangqiang's armor. This armor was truly sturdy and immortal. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. If I don't die today, you'll be the one to die in the future. Luo Tsangqiang roared. His killing intent was extremely cold. Today Lu Ming had almost killed him. This made his killing intent toward Lu Ming even stronger. Clang. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He swept his long spear and Luo Kangqiang's body flew out directly. He crashed into the wall of the big pit, and his body sank into the ground. However, the next moment, Luo Tsangqiang shot up from the ground not far away. Buzz. Lu Ming moved and charged at Luo Tsangqiang. Strip away the divine seal. Luo Tsangqiang cast the divine seal of deprivation in an attempt to counterattack, but it was shattered by Lu Ming's finger. At the same time, Lu Ming cast the sealing scroll of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. The dense runes enveloped Luo Tsangqiang and tried to seal him. Then Lu Ming grabbed Luo Kangqiang's neck and pushed him toward the ground. Boom! Luo Tsangqiang crashed heavily on the ground, creating another huge pit. Bang! Then Lu Ming stepped on Tsangqiang Luo's head, causing his head to sink into the rock. Ah, Lu Ming, I'll kill you! Luo Tsangqiang roared. It's really a turtle shell. It's comparable to that fellow Dandan's turtle shell. Lu Ming muttered. At this time, in the distance, a little turtle sneezed and cursed. Which bastard is scolding me? He's scolding me. Charge! After that, the little turtle dashed toward a large tomb shrouded in clouds and mist, disappearing from sight. As for Lu Ming, he continued to torture Tsangqiang Luo. He stepped on Tsangqiang Luo's crotch, causing him to scream in pain and bow his body. Although the armor is hard, there is still pain. Continue. Lu Ming stepped on Luo Kangqiang's crotch again. Luo Tsangqiang roared like a beast. Inside the armor, his face was red with tears and snot. Release young Master Luo. You're looking for death. At this moment, the emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect rushed over with all kinds of weapons and attacked Lu Ming. Some of them took out their monarch weapons and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed one of Luo Kangqiang's legs and used it as a hammer, swinging it at the emperor-to-be. An emperor-to-be was waving a monarch weapon at Lu Ming, but when he saw that it was Luo Tsangqiang who was smashing at him, he quickly reduced his strength. Therefore, the consequences he faced were miserable. Luo Kangqiang's body hit him hard. The emperor-to-be screamed and flew hundreds of miles away. He lay on the ground, twitching. Bang! Bang! Then Lu Ming rushed into the sky, grabbed Luo Tsangqiang, and swung him like a hammer at the emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. Luo Kangqiang's armor was really sturdy and immortal. It was even harder than many sovereign weapon-level giant hammers. Lu Ming smashed it with all his might, and the power was amazing. A few emperors-to-be with weaker cultivation were hit. Their bodies broke, and they were crushed to death. The emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect had some concerns. Even though some of them had sovereign weapons, they didn't dare to attack with full force for fear of injuring Luo Tsangqiang. In that case, their consequences would be even worse. The sullen Luo Tsangqiang bang. Bang. Lu Ming grabbed one of Luo Kangqiang's legs and used him as a weapon. He kept throwing him out. Several emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect were smashed away. One of them was even smashed to death. The others vomited blood and flew back. Ha ha, awesome. This weapon is really suitable for me. Lu Ming laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. On the other hand, Luo Tsangqiang was furious. He kept roaring and wanted to rush out and fight with Lu Ming, but he finally held back. He was too aggrieved. At first, Lu Ming stepped on his face until his face was stuck in the rock. Then Lu Ming stepped on his crotch, causing him so much pain that he wished he was dead. At this moment, Lu Ming was using him as a weapon to kill the people of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. He was mad with hatred and kept roaring to vent his anger. He knew that he had lost too much face. No matter how great his achievements were in the future, even if he were to break through to the great sovereign realm like his grandfather, this matter would still become a shame for the rest of his life. He would be laughed at behind his back. Lu Ming, I'll make you wish you were dead. I swear. Your family, your friends, they're all going to die. Luo Kangqiang's voice sounded like a madman. What are you shouting for? It was you who killed the people of your Daoyuo Heaven sect. I'm just doing it for you. Lu Ming berated. Luo Sangqiang spurted out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by he was the one who killed the Daoyuo Heaven sect? What did he mean by Lu Ming was just doing it for him? Don't use me as a weapon if you have the ability. Bang. Lu Ming waved Luo Sangqiang and sent another emperor-to-be flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. As for Luo Sangqiang himself, he was also dizzy from the impact. Don't fight him head-on. An emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect shouted and retreated, not daring to approach Lu Ming. The other emperors-to-be did the same. When they saw Lu Ming, they ran away in a hurry. As a result, a funny scene formed at the scene. Lu Ming was chasing Luo Sangqiang in the sky, while the emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect was running around in panic. Many people were speechless. The young master of the Daoyuo Heaven sect, the grandson of the great emperor, the sovereign who had deprived his king body, and nearly 100 emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect had been defeated by Lu Ming. After Luo Sangqiang had been abused, he had become Lu Ming's weapon. It was really speechless. At the same time, everyone was shocked. This also proved Lu Ming's power. Hey, don't run. There are so many emperors-to-be here, but you don't dare to fight me. The Daoyuo Heaven sect is a great emperor-level force. How disappointing. Lu Ming held Luo Sangqiang upside down and ran wildly in the air, chasing after the emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. The faces of the emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect turned green with anger. If you have the ability, then put Luo Sangqiang down. You're carrying Luo Sangqiang, and you're still fighting like this? The emperors-to-be roared in their hearts. Lu Ming, if you have the ability, come and fight me. At this moment, the sound of the stellar river reverberated throughout the entire area. He was also very unhappy. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, Luo Sangqiang had sided with him, and was a member of the Heaven Emperor Alliance. Now that he was so badly beaten by Lu Ming, he had lost all face. At this moment, the Star River and the Death Blade had already exchanged hundreds of moves. The Death Blade was gradually losing the upper hand. After all, the Eternal Star River had long broken through to the perfected Absolute Saint realm, and was very close to the Emperor-to-be realm. In terms of mastery of its nomological laws, it was stronger than the Death Blade slash. After a long battle, it gradually gained the advantage. Hing Xinghe, your cultivation base is 2 levels higher than mine, and you're an eternal sun. Yet you're challenging someone with a lower cultivation base than you. But isn't the Hung family all like this? Lu Ming sneered. If you don't dare to fight, then just say it. The Star River and the Death Blade exchanged another blow, forcing the Death Blade to retreat dozens of miles. Hung Xinghe, you don't have to try to goad me. But today, I'm really going to fight you. With that, Lu Ming stopped chasing the people of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. He carried Luo Sangqiang and walked toward the Star River. Many people were shocked, including Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others who were Lu Ming's enemies. Was Lu Ming really going to fight against the galaxy? Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he was definitely not a match for the galaxy. Perhaps he was going to join forces with the Death Blade. Many people thought so. Let me go. Luo Sangqiang roared. Shut up. Lu Ming stepped forward and stepped on Luo Kangqiang's crotch. Luo Sangqiang shrieked like a eunuch and arched his body. Runes kept flowing out of Lu Ming's palm and covered Luo Kangqiang's armor, sealing him. He could not resist and could only be carried by Lu Ming like a weapon. Everyone was stunned. Was Lu Ming going to use Luo Sangqiang as a weapon to fight against the galaxy? Death Blade, leave the galaxy to me. Lu Ming stepped forward and came to the Death Blade. Leave it to you. The Death Blade's eyes were filled with doubt. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Don't worry, it'll help you beat this galaxy up. You can go help Huang Ling and the others. Lu Ming said. This Lu Ming is so arrogant. He actually wants to fight alone in the galaxy. Also, didn't you hear his tone? He actually ordered the Death Blade to help Huang Ling and the others. What a joke. With the Death Blade's personality, it's good that he didn't draw his sword against him. Some people were discussing in low voices. Although many people were still in the midst of a chaotic battle, There was a group of people who had yet to make a move. They stood in the distance and watched the battle. After hearing Lu Ming's words, they all shook their heads. However, what happened next was beyond their expectations. The death blade nodded and turned into a terrifying blade light, killing the emperor-to-be of the Hung family. The blade of death was extremely terrifying. With one slash, 3 emperor-to-be from the Hung family were killed. Damn it, let's kill him together. The emperor-to-be of the Hung family was furious. He joined forces and launched a terrible attack on the death blade. However, the death blade was surrounded by the light of death, and the area within 100 meters of him was like a land of death, like a god of death. The light of death merged with the saber light and broke the opponent's attack, killing an emperor-to-be. An ordinary emperor-to-be would be killed by the death blade in one move. Death canopy. Then, a terrifying gray gas emanated from the death blade's body. This was the chi of death, and it covered at least half of the Da Yin elixir furnace. The emperors-to-be retreated when they saw the chi of death. In this way, the pressure on Huang Ling, Long Chun, and Ouyang Wushuang was greatly reduced. They could already block the other party's attack. Xing's expression turned ugly. His body was shrouded in eternal light, like a god, eternal and immortal. Bang! Then, the galaxy took a step forward, and a terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming like a storm. He did not want to waste any more time. He wanted to end the battle quickly, and kill Lu Ming as soon as possible to get back the Celestial Emperor's sword. Let's fight, Lu Ming muttered. His spine was suffused with a blood-red light. A drop of blood appeared, and a powerful and terrifying force gushed into Lu Ming's body. The third bloodline. Lu Ming vs. Galaxy. Lu Ming immediately activated his third blood meridian. This was because Lu Ming was very clear that if he did not activate his third blood meridian, he would not be a match for the galaxy. Hung Xinghe was the eternal sun, and was on par with him in every aspect. He had mastered the eternal law and cultivated the eternal light. His cultivation level was about to reach the emperor-to-be realm, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Even his superpower was stronger than Lu Ming's, having reached 99%. In terms of spirit body, even if Lu Ming had fused 3 chaos laws, he might not be completely stronger than the galaxy. He was born with an eternal body and was protected by the heavens. Once he entered the martial royal realm, his spiritual body would directly evolve into a superior grade heavenly spiritual body. In fact, the children of God were all like this. Lu Xiangxiang's body of life, Ouyang Mal's body of reincarnation, and the body of death of the death blade were all inborn. Once they broke through to the emperor level, they would have a high-grade heavenly spirit body. Furthermore, because they were born with this constitution, their spirit bodies contained a special substance. For example, the body of life was born with the chi of life, and the body of chaos was born with the chi of chaos, so their spiritual bodies were stronger than the superior grade celestial spiritual bodies. Strictly speaking, Lu Ming could not be considered the son of God. This was because everything he had was acquired through cultivation, not inborn. His spiritual body and chaotic laws were all acquired through cultivation. He was not born with the chaotic body. However, the others did not know this. When they saw that Lu Ming controlled the laws of chaos, they called him the son of chaos. Now Lu Ming's spirit body had cultivated 3 strands of chaos chi. Compared to the galaxy, he might have a slight advantage. Lu Ming's other advantage was that he had 2 saint hearts and 2 types of laws. However, this was not enough. It was not enough to make up for the gap between him and the galaxy. Therefore, he needed a third bloodline to make up for it. The third bloodline seemed to have endless energy. Even at Lu Ming's current realm, he could still feel that the energy was endless. What he could borrow was just a drop in the ocean. Lu Ming's body exuded an endless murderous intent. His eyes started to turn blood red, and his long black hair also turned blood red. His aura was constantly rising, and he could faintly compete with the galaxy. Xing's eyes narrowed and he said coldly, "Borrowing external power is ultimately not enough to withstand a single blow. Kill." He charged at Lu Ming as if he had teleported. At the same time, a combat sword appeared in his hand. It was undoubtedly a sovereign weapon. The sword light pierced through the air and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming was even more straightforward. He lifted Luo Tsangqiang and threw him at the galaxy. Luo Tsangqiang hid in his armor and roared. He was extremely aggrieved. He had completely become Lu Ming's weapon. Xing Chen's expression changed as well. He flicked his wrist and the sword gleam changed. It cut toward Lu Ming from another direction. However, Lu Ming flung Luo Tsangqiang away and crashed into the sword gleam of the galaxy. The sword gleam of the galaxy changed again, but Lu Ming could always keep up with the sword gleam by waving Luo Tsangqiang. Lu Ming, let Luo Tsangqiang fight me if you can. Xing's face, which had been calm all this time, was now filled with anger. There was a ball of fire in his chest. Lu Ming brandished Luo Tsangqiang, wanting to fight him head-on. Luo Kangqiang's status was extraordinary. He was the grandson of the great emperor. In terms of status, he was even higher than Lu Ming. Although the Hung family also had a great emperor, that great emperor was Lu Ming's ancestor. He was afraid that if he injured or killed Luo Tsangqiang, he would offend the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect. Of course, you have a monarch weapon. I don't have a proper one. This is mine. Lu Ming shook Luo Kangqiang's arm. Luo Tsangqiang was dizzy from the swing. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Lu Ming's words. When did he become Lu Ming's sovereign weapon? Then one won't use my monarch weapon, I'll fight you. In the galaxy. You have a monarch weapon but you don't use it. Are you stupid? I'm going to use it anyway. Lu Ming looked at Luo Tsangqiang with disdain. He swung Luo Tsangqiang and smashed him toward the Star River with astonishing power. The armor on Luo Kangqiang's body was extraordinary. It was sturdy and immortal. Lu Ming pondered. Even a Void Emperor would not be able to break it so easily. It was perfect as a weapon. The two of them exchanged a few blows. For a moment, Xing Chen was at a disadvantage and could not display his full strength. Around them, many people were looking at each other. That Lu Ming is really shameless. Some people were indignant. Hee, Xing's cultivation level is 2 levels higher. How can Lu Ming not use some tricks? Why don't you say that Xingha is shameless? Some people felt that Lu Ming's behavior was very normal. Look, the platform is reacting. At this moment, someone exclaimed and pointed at the stone platform. By now, many people had already died in battle. The blood of those who had died in battle was actually attracted by a mysterious force and flew towards the stone platform, seeping into the ancient altar. The ancient altar was shining. Then a blood-red bridge extended from the stone platform to the other side of the abyss. However, the blood-red bridge only extended a section before it stopped. Blood sacrifice, it's really blood sacrifice, but there's not enough blood. Someone shouted, "Kill!" At the scene, the battle cries shook the sky. Some of the more powerful forces began to kill the weaker forces. More and more people joined the chaotic battle. It was a chaotic scene. People were killed continuously and would fall here forever. Xing Chen's eyes glowed as he shouted, "Lu Ming, sacrifice your blood to the bridge." With that, the sword radiance of the Xingxing River surged. It no longer seemed to care about Luo Tsangqiang. The combat sword cut through the air and slashed toward Lu Ming with an extremely sharp aura. Lu Ming picked up Luo Tsangqiang and smashed him. Clang. The battle sword of Xingxing River hit Luo Kangqiang's body accurately, making a loud noise and sending sparks in all directions. Luo Kangqiang's body shook violently. He was dumbfounded by the powerful force. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he could not help but take 2 steps back. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword light of the Xingxing River was like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, slashing at Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming circulated all the energy in his body and stepped forward. Luo Tsangqiang was like a black iron hammer, constantly smashing. Clang! Clang! The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows in a row. The void rumbled and shook continuously. The terrifying force turned into shock waves that spread out in circles. Some of the people who were closer to them were hit by the shock wave and were forced to retreat, their faces pale. Many people were shocked. This kind of combat strength was terrifying. It was just a shock wave, but ordinary Emperor to be couldn't bear it. How amazing was this? What shocked more people was that Lu Ming could really fight against the galaxy. This made it difficult for many people to calm down. The He family, the Daoyuo Heaven sect, the only divine temple, and other powerful forces. There were also ancient Moon Holy Lands Wen family, Golden Crow race, Sky Wolf Tower and others. Their hearts were in turmoil. Lu Ming was now able to compete with the galaxy. This rate of improvement was too shocking and shocking. Chapter 1975 Peak Battle. Hung Xing River was known as the #1 genius among the younger generation in the land of Yuan Mountain. Didn't that mean that the current Lu Ming was already standing at the peak of the younger generation in the Yuan Mountain? And it would be difficult for him to find a worthy opponent? The powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan, the Wan family, and other forces all looked very gloomy. When he got out, he had to report this matter and think of a countermeasure. If this continued, Lu Ming's continued growth would be a disaster for them. Lu Ming and Hung Xinghe exchanged more than 10 moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. The Star River seemed to have some apprehensions, and was afraid of breaking Luo Kangqiang's armor. Clang! After another explosion, the seal runes that had been covering Luo Kangqiang's armor collapsed. Boom! Luo Tsangqiang burst out madly. The law of deprivation circulated at full force and enveloped Lu Ming, trying to devour him. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He finally knew why the galaxy had attacked him previously. Its purpose was to destroy the sealing power on Luo Kangqiang's body and allow him to regain his freedom. Eternal Sword Tide. How could the galaxy miss this opportunity? In an instant he stabbed more than 1,000 times. Endless sword light, like a tide of swords, stabbed toward Lu Ming. All of them were aimed at his vital points. At this moment, Lu Ming wanted to seal Luo Tsangqiang again and use him as a weapon. However, it was impossible. He might even put himself in danger. But Lu Ming let go of Luo Tsangqiang and retreated rapidly. He kept punching out with both his fists, and illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared one after another, blocking the sword radiance that was coming for him. As soon as Luo Tsangqiang escaped, his body flickered madly, and he put a long distance between him and Lu Ming. Lu Ming, oh, remember this. Just you wait. Luo Kangqiang's angry voice rang out. Oh, remember this as well. One believe everyone will remember this. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Luo Tsangqiang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His body trembled with anger. That's right, today's events had been remembered by everyone. Soon, the news would spread throughout the entire Yuan Mountain. In the future, when others see him, they would think of this scene. Luo Tsangqiang was a joke. He was furious. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. He could not wait to kill all the people who witnessed today's events. You piece of trash, get lost. Lu Ming could not be bothered with Luo Tsangqiang. He waved his hands in disdain and turned his gaze to the galaxy. Luo Tsangqiang was so angry that he almost wanted to fight Lu Ming to the death. Lu Ming, you don't have Luo Tsangqiang with you now. Let's see how you can stop me. The eternal light on the stellar river became more and more brilliant, as if it did not belong to this world. With one less trash, it's perfect for a battle. Let's go, Lu Ming said calmly. He circulated his holy power to the extreme, and was surrounded by the light of chaos. He looked like a god of war. Buzz, buzz. The two of them moved at the same time, charging towards each other. The eternal sword. Chaos finger. A beam of sword light and a huge finger collided in the air, and then disappeared. Lu Ming and the galaxy's figures also collided. Lu Ming slashed down again. An illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel appeared. It was as big as a mountain and carried an aura that could suppress the heavens. It suppressed the Star River. The sword radiance of the galaxy slashed and split the prison-suppressing steel's shadow. However, he was faced with even more prison-suppressing steel's illusory images. With a wave of Lu Ming's hand, 9 illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared and were blasted at the galaxy. At the same time, countless inscriptions appeared on his left hand and spread toward the galaxy. This was the power of a seal, trying to seal the galaxy. However, when the sealing power approached the galaxy, It couldn't break through the eternal light of the galaxy, and was blocked. Then the eternal light shook and countless runes shattered. My body is eternal. What can mere King Path laws do to me? Xing Chen's voice was heard. At the same time, a terrifying sword light burst out and shattered 9 prison-suppressing steels. Whoosh! There was another sword radiance that pierced through the prison-suppressing steel's shadow and headed for Lu Ming. However, when the sword light hit the light of chaos, it was as if it had hit an iron wall. It made an ear-piercing squeaking sound and sparks flew. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. He had borrowed the power of the third bloodline and crossed the gap between him and the Eternal Star River. The two of them were engaged in a great battle. Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing heavenly art and the chaos finger of tribulation at other times. In combination with the Array Dao Law, he exploded with shocking combat strength. He could kill an ordinary emperor-to-be in one move. However, the Eternal Star River was indeed powerful. The sword beam pierced through the sky and the body became eternal. It was not weaker than Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves in the blink of an eye and neither of them had a clear winner. Boom! The two of them exchanged another blow. The eternal light and the chaotic light trembled, and the two of them flew back at the same time. Lu Ming, this secret technique of yours is indeed very powerful. However, the aftereffects should be very serious. I wonder how long you can last. Xing Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He believed that the power of Lu Ming's third bloodline should be a strange and terrifying secret skill that could increase one's combat strength for a short period of time. However, such a secret skill usually had huge side effects. Try it and you'll know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not explain. The third bloodline had endless energy. Even if he continued to use it, it would not be exhausted. Lu Ming, you're no match for me even if you use your secret skill. I'll show you my strongest combat power. Xing Chen said coldly. The eternal light on his body grew brighter and brighter, as if it was about to burn. The eternal god bell. At this moment, the aura of the Star River rose sharply again. His body glowed brightly and finally turned into a big bell, enveloping him. Clang! The bell hummed, and a visible sound wave rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed abruptly. He had a very dangerous feeling in the face of this sound wave. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Without hesitation, Lu Ming cast the Chaos Finger of Tribulation and pointed with all his might. However, as the sound wave rushed past, the Chaos Finger of Tribulation actually exploded inch by inch. The terrifying sound wave rushed past and continued to rush toward Lu Ming. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming's expression was grave as he retreated quickly. At the same time, he punched out with both fists. Pieces of illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared in front of him to block. Bang! Bang! The phantom image of the prison-suppressing steel exploded continuously. Lu Ming's body trembled as he felt a terrifying force acting on his body, as if it was going to tear his body apart. Even the light of chaos on his body could not withstand it. Lu Ming had to retreat 100 miles before he could successfully resist this force. My God! Is this the true combat power of the galaxy? That's too terrifying. Who can be his match under the rank of a Marshal Supreme? Lu Ming is going to be defeated. He's not his match. Lu Ming's cultivation level is too low after all. It's hard to bridge the gap between our cultivation levels. In the surroundings, although there were people fighting, there were still people who paid attention to the battle between the Hengxing River and Lu Ming. Chapter 1976 Defeating the Galaxy. Everyone was shocked by the battle prowess of the galaxy. It turned out that he had not used his full strength just now. Now that he had burst out with his full strength, he sent Lu Ming flying back 100 miles in one move. It was shocking. At this moment, Feng Ling, Long Chun, and the others all looked worried. The situation on their side was much better. With the Death Blade joining, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. An ordinary emperor-to-be would be killed by the Death Blade. Many of them had died at the hands of the Death Blade. Their blood was absorbed by the platform, and the blood-red bridge grew longer and longer. It extended to the front, and didn't know if it reached the other side. The Star River strode in the air and headed toward Lu Ming. On his body, a huge bell enveloped him. It was as if it was transparent, and one could clearly see the shape of the galaxy. Lu Ming, you're no match for me. In front of Yongheng, everything is meaningless. Kill. Xing Chen spoke indifferently, as if he had transformed into a god that was high above, looking down on the common people. Clang. The eternal god bell shook for the second time. Terrifying sound waves whizzed out. The space rippled like water, and it was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses charging toward Lu Ming. Retreat. Some of the people behind Lu Ming had a drastic change of expression. They retreated one after another, afraid that they would be swept in. With their combat strength, if they were swept in, they would definitely end up in pieces. Lu Ming's expression was grave. He raised his cultivation to the maximum and tried his best to resist. The Tai Chi formation plate flew out and pressed forward. At the same time, the primal chaos tribulation finger and the prison suppressing heaven art were unleashed. However, it was all useless. The Tai Chi formation disc was knocked away and lost its light. The primal chaos tribulation finger, even the prison suppression heavenly art, was unable to block it and was shattered. It was not the chaos apocalyptic finger, or the prison suppressing heavenly art that was inferior to the other party. It was just that Lu Ming's cultivation level was insufficient and his mastery was inferior to the other parties. It was difficult for him to unleash such a powerful force. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure retreated again. This time, blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Lu Ming, you're pretty good to be able to block 2 of my attacks. However, your fate is already decided today. Kill. All living things are silent. Clang. The eternal god bell shook for the 3rd time. This time it was even more terrifying. The terrifying sound waves actually turned into an army. They were like the divine soldiers in the legends. They held divine weapons and rode strange beasts. Their murderous intent soared to the sky as they came crushing towards Lu Ming. The entire void was shaking. The attack this time was undoubtedly more terrifying. Lu Ming was knocked back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. You are the first person in the same generation to block 3 of my eternal god bell's attacks. Hand over the celestial emperor's sword, and he'll let you die in one piece. Xing Chen was incomparably arrogant. His snow-white robe fluttered in the wind. He approached Lu Ming at top speed as if he was sure to win. Hee, the power is indeed not bad, but it's still not enough. Lu Ming chuckled. At this moment, his eyes were very cold. It seemed that he had to give it his all. Now he could only increase the power of his 3rd bloodline. The 3rd bloodline was too strange. Lu Ming had always avoided borrowing the power of the 3rd bloodline. However, he had no choice but to do so now. Come power. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. Boom. A surge of blood-colored energy roared wildly and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Roar. Lu Ming roared like a wild beast. A terrifying killing intent burst out and enveloped the surroundings. The galaxy was hit by this killing intent, and its expression changed. This killing intent made him feel as if he was facing an extremely powerful and crazy existence that wanted to slaughter all living beings and destroy everything. Chi. At that moment, Lu Ming's body swelled up. Bone spikes protruded from his body, making him look ferocious, like a demon who had walked out of purgatory. Even Huang Ling, Long Chun, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others were shocked. They had never seen Lu Ming in such a state. Star River, watch me break your stupid bell. Lu Ming howled, his eyes filled with malevolence and boundless killing intent. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation level was not the same as before. Although he had endless killing intent, he had not lost his mind. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure moved like a shadow. The next moment he appeared in front of the galaxy. Almost no one had seen how Lu Ming moved. He was too fast. Buzz. Lu Ming's claw reached out. At that moment, Lu Ming's nails had grown much longer. They were like sharp blades as they clawed at the galaxy. Xing's expression changed, and he quickly launched an attack. Clang. The eternal god bell trembled, and a sound wave that was even more terrifying than the previous one was released. The sound wave collided with Lu Ming's claw, producing a harsh and unpleasant sound. In the end, Lu Ming roared and tore with all his might. The sound wave was directly broken by Lu Ming. The next moment, Lu Ming approached the stellar river and threw a punch. Thump! The punch landed on the Eternal God Bell, and a terrifying power instantly exploded. The Eternal God Bell trembled madly, and Xing Chen's expression changed. His body was like a cannonball as he was sent flying. Buzz! Lu Ming stomped on the void, causing it to tremble. He burst forward and caught up with the Star River, his fists punching out like a storm. Shake! The Eternal Star River roared and the Eternal God Bell shook again. A terrifying sound wave rushed out. This time, the sound wave was even more terrifying. Any ordinary emperor-to-be who came would die. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's fist was covered in a layer of blood-colored energy. It was indestructible and could break anything. It kept bombarding the sound waves and eventually destroyed them. Then he punched the Eternal God Bell. Kacha! The Eternal God Bell was a remarkable power condensed from the eternal laws of the stellar river. Now a crack had appeared. Moreover, Lu Ming's fist force continued to bombard the Eternal God Bell. More and more cracks appeared on the Eternal God Bell. Finally, with a bang, it exploded. Xing's face was pale. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ming's speed was astonishing. He caught up in an instant, and his violent attacks continued to pour out. Xing Chen took out his imperial sword again, and used all his strength to slash out sword light. However, they could not stop Lu Ming at all. At this moment, Lu Ming had borrowed the vast power of the third bloodline, and had almost reached his limit. He could barely retain a trace of intelligence. If he continued to borrow the power of the third bloodline, he would be drowned by endless killing intent, and turned into a killing puppet. It could be seen how violent Lu Ming's current strength was. In just a few moves, Xingxing River was sent flying and spat out a large mouthful of blood. In the distance, Luo Tsangqiang was almost scared to death. What kind of monster was Lu Ming? He could even defeat the Eternal Star River. He was simply undefeatable. No, after we get out, one must ask Grandpa to send some experts to kill him. He must be killed. Luo Tsangqiang roared in his heart. He had a feeling that if Lu Ming did not die, he would be the one to die in the future. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Luo Tsangqiang was shocked, not to mention the others, who were even more shocked. The Star River had actually lost. He wasn't defeated by an elder, nor was he defeated by a group of people. Instead, he was defeated by another young man in a direct confrontation. The #1 genius of Mount Yuan in the Hengxing River, the undefeated legend, was shattered today. Of course, another legend was born. If news of today's matter spread out, the entire Yuan mountain would be shaken, especially the Heng family. It was as if their faith had collapsed and they were terrified. The Hengxing River was the representative and pride of the Heng family. Ever since they started cultivating in the Hengxing River, they had never lost to anyone of the same generation. But today he was defeated. On the other hand, Huangling, Longchen, and the emperor-to-be on their side were ecstatic. Lu Ming had defeated the Stellar River. The situation could be completely reversed. He merely borrowed some secret skill. Who knows if Lu Ming will become a good-for-nothing or his strength will be greatly reduced once this secret skill is used. What's the use of a temporary victory? Luo Tsangqiang said unhappily, and his voice resounded throughout the whole place. Of course, he was getting further and further away from Lu Ming, and was prepared to escape at any time. Luo Kangqiang's words made many people's eyes flash. Indeed, Lu Ming's state clearly showed that he had used some kind of terrifying secret skill. Such a secret technique had actually increased Lu Ming's abilities so much. The aftereffects were definitely shocking. He would become a good-for-nothing immediately. It might be a little exaggerated, but if his source was damaged and it affected his future cultivation, Lu Ming would no longer be a match for the galaxy. Some of the people who had a grudge against Lu Ming prayed in their hearts, and hoped that this was the case. At this moment, Lu Ming could not be bothered with the voices of the outside world. He continued to rush towards the galaxy. At this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was like a tidal wave. Who cared if he was the eternal sun? He would kill him first. Xing Chen's expression was ugly, but he did not dare to clash head-on with Lu Ming. He turned into a rainbow light and rushed toward the blood-red bridge. Buzz! Lu Ming followed closely behind and rushed toward the blood-red bridge. Could it be that the giant bridge has already reached the other side of the abyss? The Stellar River definitely knows something. Now that he's charging towards the giant bridge, he must have reached the other side and entered the ninth world. Let's charge too. Charge! The others also rushed toward the bridge, including the Emperor-to-be of the Hung family, the Daoyuo Heaven sect, and the Golden Crow tribe. The originally intense chaotic battle had also stopped at this moment. The black mass of people all rushed onto the giant bridge and ran forward. We're going too. Ouyang Wushuang, Huang Ling Longchun, and the others led a group of experts and rushed toward the giant bridge. After they crossed the giant bridge, the Dian elixir furnace shrank rapidly and flew toward Lu Ming. It flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows and disappeared. This giant bridge was extremely long and wide, and it led straight into the depths. The galaxy was running at the forefront at an astonishing speed. However, Lu Ming was still closing the distance between him and the galaxy. Not long after, they saw the giant bridge pass through a thick fog. Many people were shocked. Could it be that the ninth world was behind the fog? The ninth world couldn't be entered directly from the outside. It was said to be the world where undyings lived. What exactly was there? The galaxy was the first to rush into the fog. Lu Ming followed closely behind. After Lu Ming rushed into the fog, he realized that he had arrived in a void. Yes, the void. There was no land here. It was like the starry sky in the universe. He was floating in the void. The Star River was not far away, but he seemed to be stunned as he looked ahead. Lu Ming could not help but look over. At first glance, his heart trembled violently and he was stunned. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the void in front of him. But that figure was too big and too majestic. This person's body was even taller than any mountain. Just by sitting there, he was like a planet in the vast universe. In front of it, humans were as small as dust. But the most important thing was that this was a golem. It was like a huge stone statue, but it was very lifelike. This was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. His eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged in the void, but he gave off a feeling of unparalleled magnificence, unparalleled in the world, and the world. What shocked Lu Ming the most was that he had seen the golem's appearance before. Initially, the two great sovereigns had a great battle at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. In the end, the blood of the great sovereigns fell, and the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had a strange change. At that time, a figure had condensed at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Around 30 years old, with unparalleled magnificence, he seemed to be the figure of the Heavenly Emperor. This stone man in front of him looked exactly the same as the figure that had appeared at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Could this be the statue of the Celestial Emperor? Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Buzz. Buzz. And MBSB whoosh. At this moment, there were people passing through the fog and appearing in the void. But when they saw the giant golems, they were all stunned and shocked. Celestial Emperor, this is the Celestial Emperor. A Celestial Emperor statue? No, it's the corporeal body, the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. In the end, an emperor-to-be from the Hung family couldn't hold back his shock and shouted. Everyone's heart was in shock. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body? This was the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Legend had it that the Celestial Emperor had fallen in the distant past. Could this really be the body left behind by the Celestial Emperor after his fall? It was very possible. There were many ancient ruins in the Lotus world, and some places seemed to have suppressed terrifying creatures. If it wasn't for the Celestial Thearch, who could have done it? In the distant past, for some unknown reason, the Celestial Thearch suppressed some of the more powerful living beings here. However, he himself died and his physical body was left here, sitting in the ninth world. No wonder he couldn't directly enter the ninth world. No wonder the other worlds would have the legend that the ninth world was home to undying beings. Undying was the Celestial Emperor. As for Lu Ming, he thought of more things. He thought of the Celestial Emperor's sword, which was also a stone sword. The sword was made of stone, and this huge body was also made of stone. What was the connection between these two? Could it really be the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body? Could it be that the Celestial Thearch wasn't a human, but a strange life form? At this moment, countless people's eyes were burning with fire. That was the fire of greed. If this giant golem was really the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, then its value would be unimaginable. That was the Celestial Thearch. Now the Heavenly Emperor was a legend, and the Great Emperor was the peak expert. A great emperor could almost dominate an area, be invincible, and control the great Tao. As for the Celestial Thearch, he was even more unimaginable. Legend had it that the Celestial Thearch was almost the same as the Heavenly Tao. Moreover, he did not suffer any major tribulations, and was truly immortal. When one became a Celestial Emperor, there would be no more tribulations of heaven and earth, and they would truly live as long as heaven and earth. Such a person was unimaginably strong. One could only imagine the value of the body left behind by such a person. No matter if it was true or false, they couldn't miss it and would make people go crazy. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, many figures rushed towards the giant golem, their eyes shining with greed. The Celestial Thearch isn't dead? The Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was too shocking and too tempting. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, he had to give it a try. Even if he only managed to knock a piece off his body, it would still be priceless. Even martial emperor powerhouses would be envious if he brought it out. One figure after another charged forward. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body is mine. Whoever touches it will die. Xingchen shouted, and his entire body turned into a sword light and slashed out. The sword light slashed down, and blood splattered everywhere. Heads flew off one after another. In an instant, more than 10 Emperor-to-be were killed by the Star River. The difference between an ordinary Emperor-to-be and the Star River was too great. They could be killed instantly without any resistance. The River of Laws was easily cut open and pierced. The other Emperors-to-be were shocked and flew away. The galaxy was too overbearing. Star River, our battle is not over yet. Let's continue. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His killing intent surged like a tide. His eyes were blood-red as he stepped toward the Star River. Within a certain range around him, no one dared to step in except those who were close to Lu Ming. When the Star River saw Lu Ming coming over, its expression turned ugly. It turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the huge stone man. Formed the formation. Stop him with the monarch weapons. The voice of the galaxy rang out. The Emperor-to-be from the Hung clan started to move. Their figures flickered and formed a magical formation. Those who had monarch weapons also took out their weapons. Even an Emperor-to-be couldn't fully exert the power of a sovereign weapon, but when many of them gathered together to form a formation, the power was still terrifying. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of sword chi shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a few punches and the void trembled, destroying the sword chi. But then even more sword chi came at him. In the Hung family, most of the people cultivated the eternal spring laws, and paid attention to continuous cultivation. Boundless sword chi blasted toward Lu Ming, blocking his path. No matter how strong Lu Ming's combat strength was, he could not charge out in a short period of time. And the Stellar River was rapidly approaching the golems. His speed was very fast, and the others were a bit behind him. Buzz! A ray of death light slashed over and blocked a large amount of sword chi. Lu Ming, go after the Stellar River. I'll take care of this for you. The death blade came through the air, and the sky of death covered the area, blocking a large area of sword light. Lu Ming's blood-red eyes swept over the death blade. Without saying anything, he soared into the sky, turned into a ray of blood-red light, and chased after the Stellar River at extreme speed. They looked at the golem and it didn't seem far from them, but when they flew, they knew that they were very far away from it. Because that golem was simply too big. In the void, streaks of rainbow light flew towards the giant golem like meteors. The eternal Star River was far ahead. However, Lu Ming was in hot pursuit and was slowly approaching. This flight took a full half an hour. With their speed, They had flown for half an hour. One could imagine how far this distance was. And at this time, they finally neared the enormous golem. At this moment, Lu Ming and the galaxy had already left the rest far behind. They were far ahead. Lu Ming was already approaching the galaxy. Damn it, what kind of secret technique is this guy using? It still hasn't disappeared. The galaxy roared in its heart. Lu Ming's body was covered in a bloody glow, and his aura was still powerful. Normal secret techniques wouldn't be able to sustain such a powerful attack for so long. However, Lu Ming seemed to be fine. He burst out with all his strength and rushed towards the giant golem at extreme speed. He had a feeling that the blood in his body was boiling, as if he had developed a sense of closeness with the giant golem and the common people. It was as if this golem had a bloodline connection with him. It must be the Hung family's ancestor. It must be. The galaxy roared in its heart. The closer he got to the giant golem, the stronger the feeling he had. He felt that as long as he flew to the golem, he would be able to get it. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. That was because in his sea of consciousness, the stone sword, the Celestial Emperor's sword, was constantly trembling, buzzing, and whistling. It was as if he had formed a connection with the stone man. The stone sword, perhaps it really is the sword of the Celestial Emperor, the sword of this stone man. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. However, he did not slow down and gradually approached the galaxy. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and a terrifying fist radiance blasted toward the Star River. The Eternal God Bell. Xingchen shouted and unleashed his full power. Another round of the Eternal God Clock enveloped him. The Eternal God Bell trembled and released a terrifying sound wave that rushed towards Lu Ming. However, it was broken by Lu Ming's punch. Clang! Clang! As the galaxy flew toward the stone golems, it shook the Eternal God Bell. The terrifying sound waves transformed into all sorts of sharp attacks that charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's moves were very simple. He cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out, destroying the sound waves. He slowly approached the galaxy. The two of them fought as they flew, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Boom! Boom! A few rays of fist radiance broke through the sound waves of the Star River and bombarded the Eternal God Bell of the Star River. The Eternal God Bell trembled and dense cracks appeared on it. Xingchen's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and charged towards the golems. In the past, no one in his generation could break his Eternal God Bell. However, today it was broken by Lu Ming one after another. When I become an emperor-to-be, I'll definitely kill you. Xingchen roared in his heart. He was careless and took another punch. His body shook, and he almost vomited blood. At this moment, they were already very close to the golems. Only after getting close did they discover that the golems were really too large and incomparably majestic. They were probably only as big as a strand of the golem's hair. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The stone golem suddenly opened its eyes. This scene made Lu Ming, Hung Xinghe, and the others' hearts race. The golem opened its eyes. Could it be that the celestial Thearch was not dead? If it was true, it would be a huge matter. The golem opened its eyes, only to see that its two eyeballs were like two deep abysses, pitch black. The next moment, two rays of light shot out from the stone golem's eyes and condensed into a figure in front of Lu Ming and Xingchen. He was dressed in a long robe, looking magnificent. He was around 30 years old, and had a kind of spirit that cared about the world. Wasn't that the image of the Heavenly Emperor? At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten to breathe. They were all dumbfounded. The Celestial Thearch was really not dead? The descendant of the Hung family greets the Celestial Emperor ancestor. Xinghe suppressed his shock and bowed. Lu Ming of the junior generation pays his respects to the Celestial Thearch. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and bowed. No matter what, the Celestial Thearch was a senior expert, so it was normal for him to bow. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. The others also saluted the Heavenly Emperor from afar. The Celestial Thearch's gaze swept across the crowd. There's no need to be so polite. I'm already dead. What's left of me now is only a trace. It's like a candle in the wind that can be extinguished at any time. These words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. It seemed that the Heavenly Emperor had really fallen. This figure was just a trace of the Heavenly Emperor's mark. You're tuning in to the Limei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.